Friends, thinkers, gamers, welcome, welcome, welcome. Sorry to be a few minutes late. As I was telling Grail when he showed up early to the chat, I was taking the small furry one out, and because you can never tell what the weather is going to be in Colorado, we were having a surprise light dusting of snow, which always makes things a little bit more of an adventure, especially when your dog, despite being a corgi, thinks that she's a husky and always wants to play in the snow. But here we are with that mellow Flanor-esque scene to set the stage. I think it promises to be a nice, mellow Friday evening stream that I'm looking forward to spending with you as a nice way to ring in the weekend and ring in the next phase of Tales of Praxis. How about that? And so welcome to it, my friends. Welcome to Tales of Praxis. I'm your host, Aaron Suduko, the founder of With a Terrible Fate. If you're just tuning in, withaterriblefate.com is your first and final source for all literary studies of video games. So if you love video games for their storytelling, you fall in love with the characters, you want to better understand how game mechanics work as something that has literary and thematic content, or anything in between, welcome home. You've found your tribe. That's all we love to study and publish on and research and contribute to. We mostly work in long-form written content, historically at least, which you can find on withaterriblefate.com. We also have plenty of podcasts, convention lectures, and now these wonderful streams, the latest addition to our I don't know the best way to put it, multimedia think tank on the storytelling of video games, but more passion driven in more ways than one than something like the term think tank might connote. Tales of Praxis is a series that I've had the distinct pleasure of running on With a Terrible Fate for about a year now properly. I'll need to look up when I first launched it and wrote the mission statement and everything, because I think we're more or less coming up on the anniversary, which will be nice to mark. But I'm a philosopher of games now. Back when I was just a kid discovering games for the first time, Tales of Symphonia changed my life by opening me up to the possibilities of storytelling in video games, what it meant to think philosophy, and to engage with your world and your friends, philosophically speaking. And so in many ways, it inspired me to shape myself into the person and thinker and gamer that I am now. So I want to try to better understand, what is this series about as a whole? What's it trying to say? What are the themes these games are concerned with? And how has the series, over about 30 years, constructed a remarkably rigorous and well-articulated language and toolkit to both present these themes for us and also equip us to engage with these themes in ways that make a difference to our lives, even beyond the limits of video games. So that's what I've been doing in two formats. First has been my typical bread and butter long-form written analytical articles. So if you're interested in philosophical analyses of everything from individual characters in the Tales series to extensive reviews of their plot lines, trying to excavate what it is that they're trying to say and the journeys that they take you on, or anything in between, check out With a Terrible Fate for that. Just a couple weeks old at this point is my most recent publication, the first one for this year, going back to the beginning of the series with Tales of Fantasia, looking at Chester Berklight, an archer, a symbol, a way of reinterpreting and coming to new and rewarding terms with Tales of Fantasia and Tales of Symphonia, and in fact, Dawn of the New World as well. So there's a lot in there, a good way to welcome you into the series if you're just getting familiar with us. And then the other part of the series has been these wonderful live book club adventures that we've been running on Twitch. And I call them live book clubs because really the goal is to go on these adventures through comprehensive playthroughs of the Tales games, and as you would in a book club, but in this live format, digesting it as we go, as opposed to going away and playing and then talking about it, trying to actively reflect on what it is that we're engaging with, the decisions the games are asking us to make, how we feel about them, everything from cutscenes to title assignments to gameplay mechanics, to side quests, to pacing. Anything that could constitute part of your experience is on the table for these playthroughs, which to me is really fun and rewarding because that also makes it all on equal footing and fair game for our discussions, in which we try to put these pieces together and understand what are these games trying to say as a whole, both on their own terms and in conversation with one another. Oh, is that right, Grail? It's snowing where you are too? Yeah, well, I think you know. I've probably mentioned it on the stream at this point. I grew up in the Northeast, so yes, that was even more regular snowfall than what we've been getting in Colorado these days, which is also very off and on. So it definitely it gets you accustomed to a different pace of life when winter comes around, and you expect snow on the ground, and you got to hope for the infrastructure at the city to be able to manage it in an appropriate way. This is a nice time for getting into the live book club part of Tales of Praxis, as I was saying, because we are wrapping up today, at long last, our fifth full playthrough of a Tales game, if you can believe it. So we started with Tales of Symphonia Remastered, which was the re-release of Tales of Symphonia that really inspired Tales of Praxis for me. Then we dove into its direct sequel, Dawn of the New World. And then I decided it would be fun to turn our attention to a different duology in the series, because there are so many duologies or interrelated games. So we played Tales of Zestiria, followed up by Tales of Berseria. And then with an intermission in the middle of this one for the Beyond the Dawn DLC last year, we've been working through Tales of Grace's F. I think I didn't actually go back to check the timestamp on when we wrapped Tales of Berseria, but I think it's no contest that this is the longest of our adventures so far, which I think is a testament both to the way in which the stream's engagement with these games has evolved over the first few playthroughs, and also says something about Tales of Grace's F, which will be nice for us to dwell on as we wrap this up. So we've been enjoying and trying to figure out the best way to make sense of a distinctly standalone title in the series after working through those different duologies. And then, since we had our nice little respite from duologies, we're going to be turning around and doing another duology, one which Aaron has never played before. And it's going to be my first time doing that, playing full-length titles for the first time on stream as well. So I'm really excited for that dimension of it too. We'll be diving into Tales of Exilia, followed by Tales of Exilia 2. Really my last mothership gap in the mainline titles that have been released in the Western world for the Tales franchise. So especially since my whole enterprise here is trying to do a comprehensive review of the series and try to understand how their storytelling works in conversation with all the other entries, I think it's going to be a really rewarding experience for me and help me piece together some of those missing inferential steps or theoretical touchstones that have probably been implied without my even realizing it by the games that I have played. And so I'm sure there'll be plenty of moments in these upcoming playthroughs when I'll say, oh man, this connects with this and that, and it makes so much sense that they did this, but I never believed they actually would. So plenty of what's the best way to put that? Analytically grounded fan gaming or something like that. What we're all about on withaterriblefate.com is about the rigorous analysis of something that we love that captures and in fact augments our passion for the medium, rather than having a distanced and sanitized analytic perspective that draws all the fun and joy out of it, which is sadly so oftentimes the case when you think about analyzing or interpreting artwork. That we try to do the exact opposite, and I think on the stream it's more obvious than in any of our other content, just because it's so live and in your face, and it's easy to access the tone with which we're engaging this stuff. So I think it's going to be a fun odyssey on which we embark next. And I say odyssey with some intention, because I think it's going to be a long and winding road. These games have a lot to offer, and we're going to do our best to absorb every single last datum from them so we can put together a view of what they're working on, what they have to say, why it's interesting. Speaking of odyssey, because it wouldn't be a complete preamble without kicking to and advertising some of our other non-Tales of Praxis content, did get out another podcast episode also. So as I mentioned, With a Terrible Fate isn't just streaming and articles. We love to podcast. We've been through a few iterations and rebirths of our podcast over time. And so speaking, I guess, of odysseys and rebirths, you can find both featured in the latest conversation, which was in a really interesting and unexpected way for me, scaffolded around my friend and colleague Dan Hughes's ongoing experience with Yakuza 8, or if you prefer, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. But just in asking him about his own experiences with the game, I found us going down a number of really interesting and rewarding rabbit holes, thinking about the structure of different video game series, what it means to have a game series that's constructed like a long-running Odyssey, and also thinking forward to the way in which gaming culture has evolved around its expectations of upcoming releases. And of course, since we're all waiting with bated breath in this corner of the gaming world for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth in just, Jesus Christ, in just 13 days now, if you can believe it, that certainly found its way into the discussion too. So if you love any of the things we love to think and talk about on the stream, it's a fun episode for that. We're going to be recording one this weekend as well. We're trying to make it a somewhat more regular weekly cadence. So it's not reliable enough to be, going up at the same time every week, but hopefully it's a fun surprise whenever it drops and something to pop on in the background while you're grinding or reading a new game or doing the dishes. Whatever you do you. I'm not going to impinge on your daily flow of when you decide to listen to podcasts or anything like that. I know it's going to be a fun stream, as Grail alludes to. As Grail rightly says, I think really on my list at least, truly there are just two gameplay things on this stream of Tales of Graces F. And I'm rather happy with the way in which the conclusion of this has worked out, because I was thinking back, and so the last one we wrapped on was Tales of Berseria, and I think basically we wrapped on the epic saga of the Heavenly Step, and then that was so climactic and also exhausting that we just we said our piece and called it a day and moved on very quickly after that. Whereas because of the way in which the cards were dealt this time, we wrapped up really the last big optional arc of the EX dungeon and confronting Solomus last time, but there are just a few little things as holdover, specifically, at least as far as my list goes, taking on the Rockagong finally. I'm not letting that go. And then going back and confronting the final boss of the base game, Lambda again, since as Solomus told us, our defeating him changed the nature of Lambda in a way that actually cascades down to the final confrontation with him. So I'm really excited to see that. Both of those things are things that I haven't worked through in Tales of Graces F before, so that should be really fun. And then beyond that, it might end up being a little bit of a shorter stream for a Friday night, but I figure it'll be nice because it'll give us room to collectively breathe, chat about the game for a little bit longer if we want to. It's a game that, as I've been saying over the last few streams and we've been talking about, I think really does reach in so many directions by virtue not just of its characters, but also because of its sprawling and interwoven structure, and the way its different acts fold back on one another and go in different directions and into different timelines. So there's a lot to keep track of, which is why I named this stream somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but also quite seriously, Grace's Gestalt. And so if you're not familiar with what's called Gestalt psychology, it's basically that idea of putting together a cogent whole that is synthesized from a bunch of different disparate parts. And so in psychology, if you're trying to analyze something like the self, it's that activity, a very Tales-like activity of taking all of the different bits and pieces of someone's identity and trying to wrangle them together into a cogent, intelligible unit. So the challenge is to kind of think through how can we do something similar for Tales of Graces F. I'm certainly going to be going back in and digging into, as with all of the games, and analyzing it more deeply at one point or another in a written study or several. This is definitely the kind of game where if you've been watching the playthrough, I've got plenty to say about it, and I'm quite excited to think through it some more. But we definitely don't have to, feel like we've reached a single conclusion or interpretation with a capital I at the end of this stream. In fact, I think it would probably be folly to expect to do that, but it'll be fun, I think, to take stock now that we've seen the long and the short of the game in terms of what do we feel like it is capital A about? What's it trying to say? How do these different pieces fit together? What are interesting points of resonance that we didn't notice before that are now coming out, like Grail kind of alluded to at the end of our previous stream, in terms of the way in which different antagonists wrestle with or lack or gain humanity. I thought that was a really interesting lens through which to see it, Grail, and that was something that I hadn't thought about. So I'm sure we'll have time to chat about all of that too as we go through this, which should be a lot of fun. I know, and we talked about the F arc at the time, Grail. You're saying the funny thing is that it's only the longest because of the F arc, and it's something that I'm going to be thinking about for a while yet, and maybe this will come up as we unravel the game a bit in our conversation this evening, because that really is such a remarkable addition that they made, which was kind of like their approach to DLC and something like Beyond the Dawn, but much more directly bolted onto and interwoven with the rest of the main game. It really does earn, I think, the title of the fourth act, as which it is known, and transforms the meaning of the game without, I think, erasing the underlying content and message of what was there before. Maybe even in a similar way to what we might be able to say about something like Zestiria and Berseria, you know, because I'm still thinking about and dwelling on what you said, Pottery, the idea of how do we make sense of Berseria and its approach to narrative closure if we suppose that it's possible to read it as something other than a prequel to Tales of Zestiria. And I think you could almost go the opposite way with a thought experiment too, and ask like, okay, what if instead of releasing Berseria as something standalone, they did something similar to what they did with Tales of Graces and released something like Tales of Zestiria B, right? Where it was the base game of Zestiria, and then it opens up into the whole universe of Tales of Berseria, and you find yourself falling back in time and gaining all this further context and added layer to the world that you just went through. That might seem like a hard thing to imagine as a thought experiment because Berseria is such a long and winding and standalone experience, but I kind of feel like it would be interesting to compare with Act 4 in that light, because were it bolted onto Zestiria in that way, I could at least work my way into thinking it would achieve a lot of similar things for Zestiria, even just based on our conversations about Berseria, to what Lineage and Legacies, the fourth act of Tales of Graces, did for the underlying game. So interesting things to think about. I'm sure we're going to think about this, that, and the other. Grail is already suffering with one of the fights that we're going to be working through. I'm going to be honest, based on the vibe that I think we're going to have tonight and also my experience with Solomus, I'm fully prepared and have already made my peace with the idea of going into fighting the revamped steroided Lambda on the beginner or easy difficulty, whatever you want to call it. And I think that'll be okay. I'm sure it'll still be plenty challenging to us based on the way in which Solomus warned us of what was coming up. And I think it'll be fun too. The one thing I do want to make sure we have time for, and I'm sure we will have time, I think that based on what we're going to be thinking and talking about with the broader game, it'll be really fun and rewarding and worthwhile to sit through that whole end confrontation as opposed to skipping the cutscenes around Lambda and thinking about how and why does it feel different than when we were here the first time. So I'm gonna ask us to engage with it that way as well. Yes, and definitely Rockagong, Pottery. I would be remiss if we didn't go back and tie a bow on that. Hey, Random, welcome back. Sorry I missed you dropping in. It's a pleasure to have you back in the chat too. Well, you know, I think this came up when we were talking about the Beyond the Dawn DLC as well, Grail, but I definitely see many echoes and notes of inspiration in it from I would say the model that Xenoblade innovated in large part. I at least did not really have any major DLC releases on my radar prior to Torna, the Golden Country, that took that perspective on JRPG DLC, kind of adding like a half full-length game that supplemented the main story while also standing on its own. So I at least feel and recognize a lot of connective tissue there, which will be cool for us to unwind as well. I'll be rooting for you for a good, great outcome there, Random. I think I was talking about this before you joined the stream, but it's the season for me where I have applied to graduate school and PhD programs in philosophy, and I'm anxiously waiting and hoping to hear back from places. So I share the anxiety, and I'm wishing you well and the best on all of that. The other thing I'll say, just for Grail's benefit, I think more than anyone else's, is I also am, to no one's surprise, continuing continuing to fall down the rabbit hole of Tales of Hearts, because like I said, once I know there's no turning back for me in a story, I'm an unstoppable force consuming it. So I get the feeling I'm almost done with Act 2, because that seems to be the pacing that I'm kenning to based on my familiarity with the rest of the series. And I think the thing that was most fun for me in my most recent encounter, and Grail, I'm sure you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, but something I was not expecting was it offers one of my kind of under the radar, low-key favorite things that a video game can meditate on, which I haven't seen many examples of, but given who I am, it's always memorable to me when I see it, which is a portrait of what it means to be a collector, as represented by a character in the game who is an avid collector of something. And it's interesting because as you might know, if you know me and you've been watching the stream, that resonates with me because I am a passionate collector. I think there's a lot to be had in thinking about the nature of curation and presenting a collection as a representation of yourself or engaging with a particular hobby that you love. But all of the examples I can think of that dwell on this in video games are of crazy antagonists. So it gives me pause about myself, at least. But it's a remarkably interesting instance of portraiture for me. Yeah, I hate him too, Grail, but here's the thing. I love to hate him. The other two examples, for what it's worth. So if you're interested in this kind of like vivid examination of sort of the monstrosity that can motivate collecting things, Hollow Knight has a one-off, I think even optional example of it in one of its bosses, of just a deranged maniacal collector. And then the other example, to no one's surprise, is from Xenoblade Chronicles 3, and is in fact one of the many, many character studies that I work through in my book on Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and Wittgenstein, which you can find on withatterriblefate.com. But I think even with those other two examples in view, unsurprising given that it's a Tales game, I think Tales of Hearts is probably the example that's going to haunt me the most going forward, because, and Grail, we can talk about this more off stream if you want, because I don't want to spoil it for people, but it is to me the most arresting and disturbing representation of a monstrous collector who is basically doing what a lot of us do every time we pick up and engage with one of these games. And I'm not just even saying video games broadly speaking. I'm specifically talking about character-focused, story-driven JRPGs like the Tales games. So if you want a game that makes you feel real weird and think real hard about exactly what we've been doing on Tales of Praxis, you could do a lot worse than Tales of Hearts. Let's leave it at that. Yeah. Disgusting, I think, is a good word for it, Grail. And since you know this example also, if you juxtapose that against the example I'm talking about, which is D, if you need a refresher, from Xenoblade Chronicles 3, I think the thing that's so interesting to me is there's every reason to suppose that D would be much more disgusting than the example in Hearts. And yet I think when you really think about it, the Hearts example is a million times more disgusting and unsettling and revolting. So kudos to a game that, as you said, so many people mostly just gravitate towards for the gameplay, or think of as mostly the effort to save one girl, for having just vivid and haunting portraits of a bunch of different characters. And I'm excited to talk more about Hearts, and like I think I said before, might even look into getting a PSTV to be able to stream it for you all, because I think that would be a lot of fun. Well, that's true. The Xenoblade Collector is also funny, especially given your sense of humor, Grail. I think that's unsurprising. I was debating in my head whether to commit to this, but I think I will, because I'm excited for where we're going next, like I said, with Exilia and Exilia 2. So those of you who are on the stream right now probably know, because I've been talking about it quite a bit. My best friend, Dan, who is also a longtime contributor to With a Terrible Fate, is going to be getting married actually this coming week. So wish him well. The ceremony is a week from tomorrow, so I'm going to be off for that. My flight out is a red eye on next Thursday, so I'll look for the official announcements through With the Terrible Fate socials. I'll keep everyone in the loop in terms of the schedule, but suffice it to say, we won't be streaming next Friday. I thought about taking a little bit of a break before we dove into Exilia, but you know me and you know us Praxis gamers. I really think a weekend is a sufficient break because I'm excited to get going, and I know you all are too from talking with you about it on the stream. Yeah, thank you, Pottery. I'll pass on your well wishes to him. So this is what I'm thinking, and like I said, it's something that and thank you, Gray. I'll pass on your well wishes too. We can definitely play with the schedule as we move forward, but like I was gesturing out a while ago, I think, especially given that it's my first time through Exilia and Exilia 2, I'm going to want to dig in. I think it'll be fun for us to dig in slightly larger chunks. The chunk size for Beyond the Dawn was maybe a bit super fun sized at 5 hours, to say nothing of the epic, I think like 6 or 6.5 hour stream when we wrapped up Beyond the Dawn in one final blow. But I think what's a good way to start, and then we can expand it more if need be, is I'm thinking I'll let the streams breathe a little more at 4 hours as the default time for us to stretch beyond if we need to, rather than the 3-hour default that we've been working with. I'm still thinking Monday, Wednesday, Friday will be good, and then we can bolt on more as needed. And as I've mentioned in the past, I'm working on some pretty exciting additional stream content for With a Terrible Fate stream channel more broadly. So keep an eye out for that too. That will purely be supplementary. It won't eat into the Tales of Praxis time. And so I'm thinking it'll be fun to start at the same time. So still look for it kicking off 7 p.m. Eastern, and we'll just go an hour further into the evening. So wrapping up at that would be 11 p.m. Eastern rather than 10. But as you all know, I'm flexible. I'm excited for the community aspect of it. So if there's something that works better for you, let me know. And so I think it'll be really fun to do a kickoff with the first 2 streams, Monday and Wednesday of this coming week, to really get a good introductory chunk of Exilia done. We'll see whether we're able to actually get past the furthest I've ever been in Exilia in my first 2 attempts at working through the story. So I don't think I got very far, although I got further than the first time, the second time. But that'll give us plenty to just sow the seeds for future conversation. And then we can sit on that over the weekend and then go back a week from Monday to get back to a more regular schedule about that. So that's what I'm thinking. And yes, Grail, that's a fair point. I do think knowing Xenoblade's humor in the way that they dig into it, I think they have a certain way in which there are villains that you're meant to laugh at, but then because it's Xenoblade, you're also meant to later go back and reflect on yourself and think, man, it was really gross how funny I found them. That's at least how I read it, thinking of the way in which the sobering and the humorous can interplay, which of course is a big theme we've been talking about in Tales of Graces as well. So yeah, that's a special kind of villain portraiture, to be sure. So like I said, I'll update the official With a Terrible Fate socials with the plan, but that's what I'm thinking. 4-hour chunks, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and we can kick things off on this very Monday. So I'm excited. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. I don't know if I'm really ready, but if you like, especially those moments in the stream where Aaron doesn't know what to do with all the emotions he just felt because he wasn't expecting something that just happened, I got a feeling we're going to have plenty of that in Exilia and Exilia 2 from all you've said about it and just knowing my relationship with the Tales series. So it'll be a fun time, and I'm definitely here for it. All right, so Grail is still working through the suffering of what we're going to be doing, which is just, to me, further validating my decision that we're going to do it on the easiest difficulty setting. I think it'll be fun, for the most part, to let the chatting and comprehensive review of Tales of Graces F unwind as we're working through those last couple things on our to-do list, and then we can chat about it in the ending and beyond. But I did want to seed our conversation and our last adventure with one thought, because like I said, I put it to all of you on Hump Day that it would be fun to take some time to step away and think about these different pieces and just ask questions about what feels right in terms of putting them together or not. And so one thought that I had as I was doing that work of just meditating on everything from the childhood intro all the way through to the post game where we are now is something that has come up before. So it's not a new idea per se, but it's one that the more I'm thinking about it is helping me to make sense of a variety of the different threads that we've pulled on across our time with Graces. We've talked a lot about the nature of suffering and cycles of violence and family heritage and transcending suffering with Buddhism. One thing that I recall bringing up a little while ago in terms of Lambda and his role in the story is just the nature of conflict and asking, what does it mean to be in conflict with someone else? How can we reconfigure our relationship with those against whom we're juxtaposed in a conflict? And is it possible to figure out a way in which to transcend conflict altogether? And I think in one sense, it's an obvious observation to point out that a lot of stories in general, let alone JRPGs, let alone the Tales games, are concerned with something like the nature of conflict. So, pick your favorite Tales game. Chances are good, I would say are better than good, that the conflict the party finds itself embroiled with at the beginning of the game is going to be radically different by the end of the game in terms of how you think about it, how the context has changed the meaning of what it was that they were trying to do. And, in something like Tales of Symphonia, by the time we get to the second disc, we realize that everything we were trying to do on the first disc was kind of aimed in the wrong direction just because of the limitations of our own knowledge. So conflicts themselves are often reconfigured. And I think one of the things that's really great about JRPGs is that they can, especially the Tales games, encourage us to critically interrogate something like a conflict and ask, well, what are the assumptions that are being made here? Is the person who I'm treating as a villain really someone I need to hate? Or is it possible to come to an understanding with them, figure out a different way to go about things? But as I've been sitting here and thinking about Tales of Grace's F, when I say it's interrogating the nature of conflict, I feel like part of what constitutes the undertow that pulls us back to these kind of cosmic and mystical themes of intimacy and the ways in which characters understand each other and are able to move beyond the confines of their own identity is this idea that I think, as much as Tales of the Abyss is concerned with Jewish mysticism and the idea of rectifying the universe, I think there's a sense in which Tales of Graces is similarly concerned with understanding the essence of conflict as this kind of metaphysical force that coordinates us and limits our identity in different ways. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, I think, like we were talking about with the Buddhist themes throughout this game, there are many different ways in which you could explain and try to understand Buddhism. But I think for me, one intuitive way that has a lot of resonance with Tales of Graces is this idea that we cling to these conditional aspects of the world around us, things that are subject to change and duality, like life and death, or suffering and happiness, or various other just aspects of the bare necessities of existence that in fact bind us and inhibit us from being at peace with the world and our place in it. And I think Tales of Graces, the more I'm thinking about its different parts, kind of it directs our attention, I think, to the way in which characters and we as players are clinging to these various conditioned aspects of existence and asks us to move beyond it. So I'm thinking even of something as early as the childhood arc. And I think it's so important that the game starts in that way, not just because it gives us an introduction to the characters in their childhood, but because I think there's something really important about going into Asbel's childhood in Lant, where he's just a kid and he's also the protagonist of this game, and we're controlling him and trying to realize his objectives. And so think back to Asbel's relationship with his dad, right? And how in that childhood, his resentment of his father so thoroughly colors our perspective on the narrative that I think it takes a lot of work in the rest of the game and a lot of side quests for us to actually come to understand something that maybe should have been obvious from the get-go. Namely, Asbel was just a kid with a very limited perspective, and his dad was actually doing his best, and of course had his kids' best interests in heart, and was always trying to do right by them, even if Asbel didn't initially understand it. But I think there's a really cool way in which that intro plays on the just the nature of video games as a medium, because I've been thinking a lot with Rebirth coming out, of course, about Final Fantasy VII, right? And so think about Final Fantasy VII if that's fresh in your mind, or else pick your other favorite example of this. And I guess minor to modest spoiler warnings for Final Fantasy VII, but it's a game that relies on some unreliable narration. And I think I've found myself going back in the last few years, especially, to asking the question of what is it about games that makes unreliable narration so compelling to me in a way that feels substantively different and more interesting than when you get it in something like a film or a book. And so I'm talking about specifically this idea that you are presented facts about the world of a story that are not actually how things are, because it turns out that either the narrator is lying to you or is under some misconception about the world, something like that, right? Fight Club, another great example that is not a game, but rather a film, right? And I think, to me at least, in terms of how I game and how I engage with the medium, I think part of what it comes down to is that since the stories of games are also embedded in games, where you need to figure out your objective and what it takes to actually move the story and the game forward, I find I am much more strongly predisposed to just take the game at its word in terms of what is telling me, what it's saying is the case in the world, how characters view things, what their goals are, because it's almost like I need to be biased towards that representation being accurate, because I need to be able to trust it enough to actually make the decisions in the game and take the actions that are going to advance the narrative. And so I find myself, at least, much more naturally leaning into believing someone like Asbel in his childhood, when he's in this position where the game has cast him as the person who is achieving goals, and his dad, not necessarily as a villain, but quite literally as an antagonist, in the sense of contradicting and becoming an obstacle to the actions that Asbel is trying to achieve. So I think that kind of gamification of that relationship between Asbel and his dad is a great way of capturing that conflict that is set up in the game, and the idea that Asbel is conditioned to see his dad only in this certain role, and to bring us as viewers along for the ride. And then, of course, what does the game do? It takes us on an entire journey to try to broaden our conception of Aston as an individual, Asbel's relationship with Aston, and to see them both in different lights that are only possible with the gift of time and different experiences broadening our perspective and helping Asbel to let go of that initial antagonistic relationship with his dad. I think for me, we see echoes of that structure throughout the entire game. I was thinking too, because a big centerpiece of this game, of course, is the fact that this party member and a main character, Richard, becomes an antagonist and is put into conflict with the party for a huge amount of the game. But I was looking back and it occurred to me, it's actually not just Richard. Like, if you look at the overall composition of the party, Malik goes from being Asbel's mentor to fulfilling his knightly duty and being an enemy of the party at a key juncture at Wallbridge, to only later deciding to go along with them, and only later than that really making peace with himself as a member of the party after they've been through everything with Fendel and worked through Malik's past. Similar with Hubert. Remember, back to that really early moment when Hubert came back to Lant in adulthood, was resentful of his brother, wanted to assert his ownership over his own past, and very deliberately antagonized his brother in that fight. It's a game where I think even more so than the average Tales game, which oftentimes features scenarios in which you have to fight a party member, you oftentimes find your relationships with various party members changing and evolving and coming into conflict in the way that Lambda is conditioned, based on how he's brought up and how he's abused by Emerald, to think of everyone as antagonistic to him, so that almost by default, he retreats into himself in a way that makes him, to use that great turn of phrase from so many JRPGs and media more broadly, an enemy of the world, right? He creates this kind of comfort in solitude by antagonizing everyone else and saying the only way I can feel safe, because everyone turns me into an enemy, is to be that enemy and destroy everyone besides myself. And we see how easy it is for someone who has not suffered a similar extent of abuse, but has suffered a lot of hardships in his own life. Richard, surviving a poison plot and assassination attempts and everything that comes with being the crown prince, being drawn in and actually feeling a sense of safety by identifying with and even merging his being with Lambda, right? And the efforts that are required to call him back from that, even to the point that then in the fourth act, once we figured out how to negotiate these various conditioned relationships of conflict and protagonism and antagonism with individual characters, we find, to me, what feels like a next logical progression of that with an entire planet questioning the possibility for humans to live in harmony, because it seems like part of what is essential to the arc of a human life, like with the arc of a life in samsara and those cycles of suffering, is this conditioned attachment and disparity that creates conflict between individuals, which is always going to be at odds with something like harmony. So would say the Fodra Queen, and why she comes into conflict with the party and the rest of existence, right? And so figuring out what it means to reconcile with her and show her, yeah, it's true that humans have this bum lot where they always have to come into conflict with one another, but that doesn't mean we can't figure out how to resolve conflicts exactly by taking up goals that we can share and use to identify ourselves for deeper, more substantive reasons, like the dream, which Sophie inherits from Asbel and constitutes his legacy, right? I think there's something just, to me, really special about that idea, and it's an idea that has a lot of resonance in my mind with everything we've been saying and coming back to about titles in the game over our entire playthrough of it. This idea that even more so than other Tales games, at least the ones that I've played, you are buried in titles in this game, many of which are discussed quite directly in the story. So they're not just this overlay for players to be thinking about these characters. We can see that that in large part is how they're making sense of themselves. And what do those titles come down to? They come down to labels which limit and define the characters according to particular arts that they've used, moments they've been through in their lives, episodes of relationship with one another, and they're titles that are also all bound up in and linked to specific combat functions and abilities that they unlock, whether those are new arts or certain stat improvements, things that allow these characters effectively to engage in combat in different specified ways with one another, which I think, to me, is a really cool point of intersection between the conflict that motivates the structure and mechanics of a video game with the kind of existential conflict that defines the human experience as suffering in something like the Buddhist tradition, which we need to be able to move beyond through meditation and enlightenment and letting go of those attachments. I think going through something that is as long and winds back on itself in the way that we've discussed for Tales of Graces, to me feels like a really cool and interesting way for video games to kind of undo that mental expectation of conflict and help us to let go of that a little bit. Because as we see in the way that is only possible through time and these various acts and moving back to a place we've been before after we've already progressed so much and come to understand things in a different way, they allow us to let go of any particular way in which we see a character and dwell more on the essence of what makes that character meaningful to us. So I found myself thinking, as I was dwelling on this earlier today, pick your favorite or least favorite character in Tales of Graces, right? Think of someone like Malik, or even think of someone like Lambda. Do you think of them first and foremost according to a particular title or role that they served in the plot? Lambda, the villain who was trying to eat all of the Eleth from Aphinia. Malik, the revolutionary in Fendel, who was trying to figure out how to improve the lot of his compatriots, only to later abandon the country and seek something different. I found myself not thinking of them in that way, even though that's a very typical way for me to think of characters in stories more broadly, because I think part of what is so magical about what I've been discussing in broad strokes as the intimacy we come to share with these characters is that we see them in so many roles, and we also see them let go of or else reconfigure so many roles and modes in which they understand their relationship to the world, that by the time we get to hour 130 of this game, I'm more interested in thinking about Malik in terms of just the fatherly presence that he exudes in any scene that he's in, or the humor that he'll add when we've been talking about the humorous dimensions of the game, or Lambda as this kind of being with no country, that truly alien presence that has figured out what it takes to make peace with itself and pass that on to other entities in the cosmos. I think a story that allows you to let go of your own attachment to the characters, even as these narrative objects that are trying to progress a plot, and see them as something different and more foundational, I think is a really powerful way of encouraging you to think about the praxis of what it takes to conceive of someone beyond any particular role or conflict in which they're engaged in the world, including yourself, which it occurs to me now, as we're getting ready for rebirth, is another fun piece of DNA, actually, that this series, perhaps unexpectedly, that this game, excuse me, not this series, shares with Final Fantasy VII Remake. Because if you're not familiar with my work on that, I'll go ahead and share this article. But I think one of the really cool things that Remake achieves is basically setting its own characters free from the expectations of their plot and their world. And I think it's quite cool to see in sort of a less avant-garde way and more, I would say, direct and immediately spiritual way, that kind of liberation of characters for the sake of coming to a different and more holistic understanding between player and character in a way that the player can even use in her world and life beyond this. The whole conceit of that article that I wrote on Tales of the Abyss, it turned out, was thinking about how we can use something like a game that is concerned with these themes as itself, in the truest sense of the term, a meditative practice, coming to engage with our conception of ourself and our spirit, and the relationship in which we stand to the world in different, more enlightened ways. And the more I was thinking about and working through these ideas about Tales of Graces, I feel like it shares a lot of DNA, less surprisingly, with Tales of the Abyss in that sense, because I think these kinds of lessons of what it means to come to not just engage in a battle or fight a war with someone in your party, but actually to go through enough experiences with them that you let go of the importance of any single experience and just see them as they are and accept them in the truest sense unconditionally. That kind of unconditioned acceptance that Asbel shows to Lambda, Lambda shows to Fodra, Richard shows to Sophie in the fourth act, and so on and so forth. I think that to me is a paradigmatic example of the kind of most important human lessons that can be really hard to learn or work through or embody in your own life, and that a really thoughtful JRPG can be an amazing tool for helping you to achieve and reflect on in your real life. So that's what Aaron has been thinking about, and it definitely has gotten me reinvigorated about just the mastery of Tales of Graces F as a whole, and has almost made me want to new game plus it rather than working on a different Tales game. But suffice to say, I'm really excited to see where our adventures go beyond this in our discussions. I'm sure we'll continue to loop Tales of Graces F into our studies of Exilia and the other Tales game beyond, because that's how we roll on Tales of Praxis. And we still have a few bosses to go through. But that was one of the reasons that I was saying I'm really excited to go back and revisit Lambda now, because talk about coming to understand a character as something different and more foundational than any particular conflict in which it was embedded in the plot. Given everything we've been through with Lambda now, and how we have just unexpectedly transformed him based on our interactions with Solomus, someone else who was defined by basically managing and instigating conflict in a world in order to exert control over it. I think it'll be really cool to go back to Lambda and think about just that whole mess of considerations around how he presented to us and what we felt about him in the third act versus how we felt about him in the fourth act, coming to see him differently, versus now when we go back and have to fight him again, how's that going to feel? How will it be different? And think too, right? Because this is another aspect of Lambda and something that I was thinking about in the way in which this game represents conflict in really cool ways. That optional boss fight, which we've had reason to talk about more than once, of finding Lambda's old humanoid shell and this literally explosive, sad, defenseless, and yet so destructive thing that doesn't attack you and yet will annihilate you with him. I think a lot of what we're talking about and mulling on right now is bound up in that. So that's something that I'm going to be thinking about for a while too. All right, my friendos. Well, evidently Aaron was thinking through things more than he even realized he was. Let me catch up on your messages so that we can make sure that this is a group conversation, and then we will dive into the few remaining things that we have to do on this adventure of ours. That's a good question to keep in mind, Grail. Obviously I'm pretty deep back in the messages now, but yeah, I think, again, in a similar vein to Zestiria and Berseria, because I do think that's kind of an unexpectedly cool and useful comparison. So we posed the question working through Zestiria, and now I'm thinking back on it as I'm working on this analysis of Zestiria and Berseria. How can we make sense of Zestiria on its own and evaluate it as such without considering Berseria? Does it say something different on its own terms? Does it stand on its own? And then how does Berseria change that? I think we can ask something similar in terms of the main game versus the F arc and all the context that it adds. I will definitely say, like I was saying throughout the fourth act, I still feel like I kind of robbed myself, and I'm kicking myself about it, when I first played the game, because I only played the base game. And I do feel like, having seen everything that the fourth act so painstakingly adds to the story and the takeaways from it, to say nothing of the journey back to the third act after that, which we've gotten a lot of mileage out of discussing, it does make the base game to me feel small in comparison. And I think it can still say some really interesting things about coming to acknowledge the other and heal the other by taking him or her into yourself in the way that Lambda does with Asbel. So I certainly don't think it's a game without merit. But if you were to talk about something as a definitive edition of the game, I think we have a lot of reasons, at least right now, I feel like there are a lot of reasons that speak in favor of calling Tales of Graces F the definitive edition, and to try to talk people who have just played the base game into playing this as a whole. That's my first thought. Oh yeah, and it sounds like you're kind of on a similar wavelength with me, Grail, in terms of thinking the game isn't complete without lineage and legacies. Yeah, I feel like that might be a bridge too far for me, because I little Aaron felt his first time through like the base game was sufficiently complete that he could put it down and be satisfied with it. And I remember, and I want to do justice to this, I loved Tales of Graces when I played it the first time, and I only played the base game, so I didn't find myself feeling that it was incomplete. But I do also think that there's a special magical kind of supplemental content that can make you feel after the fact like the base object without the supplement was incomplete all along, even if you didn't initially feel that. Dark Souls 2, Scholars of the Scholar of the First Sin. Wow, excuse me, that took me a minute. It's been a second. That strikes me as a good example of that too, right? Because I think a lot of people, were happy to play through, but kind of dissatisfied with the original Dark Souls 2. And then you go and play through everything that they add with all of the supplemental content and the 3 DLCs and additional final boss in the Scholar of the First Sin. And you find yourself saying, man, I can't believe they released something prior to this that feels like half a game, and like they left off in the middle of what they were trying to say. And I do think that is kind of the double-edged sword to when they add something like an entire fourth act, as they did here, because they so deftly add on to what they were trying to say with a further thought that then the initial thought can feel incomplete exactly because they continued it with such a deft hand. So interesting to think about, especially in light of, as you say, the Japanese fans who only had access to the base game for 3 years. Yeah, you're right, Grail. The unreliable narrator is definitely it's a dangerous weapon to wield as a storyteller. So take that with a grain of salt. Oh, I can't believe I didn't use the Spec Ops example. That would have been even easier, Pottery. I'm so precious about not wanting to spoil Spec Ops, especially. So, but yes, that certainly applies also. Lack of choice, Grail. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm glancing at the messages that are still coming in. It sounds like you might still be talking about this. I find myself wondering if we're going to ask that, then what, if anything, and you might have already answered this, so forgive me, what makes it feel like there are fewer choices in Tales of Graces F than other Tales games if we do, in fact, feel that way? Because certainly there are some games that give us a decent number of choices, with Dawn of the New World being, a great example of something at the other extreme where there are multiple endings. But I do feel like for a lot of JRPGs, and I would say the Tales games are, counted and well represented among these, the typical story seems to be largely linear where there's not a lot of choice in the first place. So I wonder whether, if you're feeling that way, Grail, is there something about the Tales of Grace's narrative structure that makes you almost feel as if there ought to be more choices than there are, whereas we wouldn't feel that in another game? I'm going to have to think about how I feel on that one. In some freer games, you'd be given a choice somewhere during the story. In Graces, you can't name one example of the player interacting with it. That might even be notable in itself, too, because we talked about this with Tales of Hearts, but Hearts, like Symphonia, is a great example and a more extreme example of the player even getting a lot of just something as simple as dialogue options and skits, where it doesn't make a big difference to the evolution of the main plot, but it does make you feel like you're kind of taking more of an active role in shaping these relationships. And so maybe part of what might make it interesting in Tales of Graces F, speculating a little bit here, is the idea that we're bearing witness to these characters working through their own relationship, and it's not really our place to steer that. It's something that they have to work through on their own terms, which to me seems like an interesting and rewarding, to use your term, Pottery, or to paraphrase your term, a kind of positive friction where, in one sense, we're kind of always making the choices of assigning different titles to these characters in order to continue their growth in combat, going back to that theme of the nature of conflict, guiding the story and our relationship with these characters. And yet, despite shifting all of our different labeling of these characters, when we look at the more substantive underlying work of what they're doing to come to understand each other in different ways, they have to undergo that on their own, of their own volition. We don't really have the latitude to shape that in the way that we would, even in some smaller ways, in some of the other Tales games. So that's a thought. Yeah, Pottery, it looks like you had the same thought as I did, that in a broader strokes, it's pretty similar with the other Tales games. Oh yeah, you guys were already talking through the relationship stuff. I'm sorry. This is why I need like another set of eyes on the chat while I'm lecturing, I guess, so that I can do two things at once. Yeah, okay. So it sounds like you already had this conversation. I'm catching up and adding my 2 cents. Yeah, this and Pottery, what you ask is something that in my work more on the philosophy side of the philosophy of games, I remember running into a lot, especially during my undergraduate work, because it can be surprisingly hard to mark a difference in kind between what we feel like constitutes a big choice in a game in terms of, you know, causing its plot to shift so radically that there's a different ending, versus something like a small choice, such as you say, deciding to maybe not have someone in your party so much. By the way, I'll just point out something that might feel like a small choice. The Tales series can oftentimes make those pretty big and impactful. Like, I was blown away this very morning because not only was there a skit that came up in Tales of Hearts as a result of my not having a character in battle for a while, but it was one of the most touching, character illuminating skits that I'd seen in the whole game, not to mention a shockingly direct homage to the Chester training sequences, which I wrote about in my most recent study of Chester and Tales of Phantasia. So something that to me at the time didn't feel like a big choice, party member management, ended up having a surprisingly big impact on the narrative. So not always easy to tell where something small ends and something big begins. But I do feel like, you know, to me, at least on first pass in this conversation that we're having, it does strike me, as I was saying, as kind of interesting that there's at least a handful of other Tales games where you can be markedly more hands-on, let's say, in choosing something like dialogue options and relationship development between characters. And given how self-consciously concerned Tales of Graces F is with the relationships between characters, coupled with the fact that there exists this language within the series for allowing the player to be involved in the development of those relationships, it does strike me as interesting and perhaps thematically salient that you can't make, say, you know, dialogue choices in skits that then end up giving characters stronger or weaker relationships with one another, things like that. So I'm sure that's not the end of the taxonomy of choices that we could analyze and think about in these games, but strikes me as an interesting place to begin with Tales of Graces F. Yeah. All right. So we're already thinking about the mechanics more, which I love, especially since now we're into the post-game analytic portion of the playthrough, if you will. I think you guys all know this, but just since we're talking about mechanics, you know, one of my favorite things to do is dig into mechanics in the game that don't seem like they should have any narrative content or thematic value, and actually reveal why, oh, it turns out the heart of the story was there all along. So the more weird rabbit holes we can go down in terms of mechanical aspects of Tales of Graces that we didn't expect and don't know what to make of, the better. So let's definitely keep that in mind as we continue on here and keep thinking about this. Even things like, you know, I'll do my best to dig up and surface some of the first things that we were talking about too, months and months ago, right? Because I think it's fun to go back to those things now. Like, remember, we had a number of early conversations just about the nature of cartography in this world, how the world is itself represented through maps, and what it means to navigate the world given the different modes of engagement that we have with it. I don't know that we went back to that frequently, especially after we got the shuttle, which gives us a very different way of seeing and representing the world that almost speaks more in favor of something like the postcard style world map that we see in Dawn of the New World. To say nothing of the fact that kind of all maps seem inadequate after we are able to break through the aquasphere and go to the mother planet, which totally changes our conception of this world. To say nothing of the fact that at the end of the fourth act, we then have that seemingly throwaway line that we've been talking about with Fodra Queen that implies the presence of many other planets teeming with life and sentience, again showing us that our conception of this universe is small and our maps inadequate. And how about that too, thinking about the Fodra Queen, because this was on my mind when I was talking about conflict too, and I forgot to mention it, but I think something else that will stay in my mind about this game is its many small moments and little portraits of kind of ways in which the world challenges us and asks, is the way you're thinking about this person really adequate? Like, are you sure? And one of my favorite scenes of that on Fodra, like we talked about, is the garden that we encounter in Act 4 with those great, aptly named egregoroi just wandering around there completely docile and in harmony with all the other forms of life until we show up and have to start fighting them, literally antagonizing them, putting ourselves in a relationship with them according to which we're opposed and what we're trying to achieve. So little things like that, I think, can add up and make a pretty interesting difference. I don't even know if it's fully preamble, Grail. I feel like I feel like I would interpret the beginning of this stream, if you will, as about 30 minutes of preamble. And then since it's this kind of post-game analysis stream, I feel like this is almost like the stream has begun at this point. We're talking about graces. We have two things to do. We're not going to run out of time, he said confidently, jinxing himself. But you're welcome to call it a record if you want. I'm happy to be a record breaker. That's true. Yes. Even thinking back to the glitches, because in the recent few streams, we've had occasion to go back to and talk about the nature of glitches and glitch-based storytelling. So yeah, shout out to, and remember that for longer than I would have liked, up to when Richard really first started losing his mind because of the influence of Lambda, in Wallbridge, in adulthood, we had unreliable voice tracks coming through from poor Aaron's like partially downloaded data off of his like damaged disc of an old version of the game, which did really make me think about some of the representation differently. Because remember, like one of the even weirder things about that was, for whatever reason, in the like the underlying database where the different bits of voice acting were stored, in many of the scenes, nothing was voiced except the lines that represented what characters were thinking inside their head, which was a really interesting way to get invited into this game that in many ways seems to be about how to adjudicate our inner life with the world beyond us and develop a sufficiently intimate bond with someone else that they can actually participate in that inner life and not just collaborate with us in service of some conflict or conditional and ephemeral aspect of our existence. So even the little things, like we were saying, sometimes the little things are not so little, right? Yeah, and that's a good point, Grail. I guess there is a sense in which we can understand the weird mapping as understandable because the world itself ends up in many ways feeling unnatural. That is something that I know we've been talking about this a bit through the EX dungeon and the Fossilos. I'll just say, like, I don't find myself frustrated with this. I think, like we've been saying, it seems just a hallmark of the game and what it wants us to focus on or not. But I do find myself kind of surprised and I guess maybe even a little bemused at how I still have, I would say, a relatively vague understanding of the different, like, mechanics of this world and the origin of things like the Valkanists and when the Amarcians first showed up here and why, versus when they were trying to, come back and extract Elith later after these seemingly native civilizations had evolved, and how Fodra relates to Affinia, and the different kinds of excavations that happened down in the core before they turned their sights, I guess, back to Affinia, to say nothing of the little character questions that we still have not resolved, like, why is Sharia described in her level 100 title as the only healer capable of using healing arts without a Krias? Or, I think my favorite unanswered character question, what the F is it about Pascal's bloodline that allows her and her sister to make these pacts with these summoned spirit lookalikes, the glyphs? Or I guess maybe a little more substantively, thinking about the intertextual context of this game with the rest of the series in mind, what is it about this world and this standalone title in particular that motivated the representation of the energy sources and types and summon spirits in the world as completely different on the level of nomenclature and their relationships with one another than what we get in mana and summon spirits in many of the other games. There is an understanding that even if it's not literally the same fictional world, something like Terca Lumere versus Azalea, mana is this kind of source of energy like gravity, right? Where it's something that we can count on and make sense of as obtaining in these different worlds. And yet we have something that, to my mind, seems fairly obviously to serve a similar purpose in the world of Affinia and Fodra. And yet it's Elith. It's not mana. They're glyphs. They're not summoned spirits. And I think, given all the time I spent thinking through the kind of metaphorical and thematic content of air in Tales of Vesperia and what it means for it to transition into mana, I can't imagine that there's not more there. And it does make me want to, if you want to put pins in the things that I'll probably review in more depth in terms of the text and specific moments in the game to try to better understand, it makes me want to try to dig as deep as they allow us to dig into the origins of Eleth and how it really works and its various properties, to ask, okay, even if it's little things, how is it different from mana? How are those relationships different? Is the whole Kriya system, according to which that energy is being tempered and unified, is that different than mana? Is it similar to air and Blastia, but then why wouldn't it be called that? Is it maybe some kind of hybrid between the roles and physics that mana has and the roles and physics that air has? I don't know. But those kinds of details and the representational choices that are made in this versus the other titles, especially now that we're getting deeper into the weeds about what the game is trying to say and how it represents its themes, are the kind of things that stick out to me and, make Aaron's never-ending notepad in terms of ideas of things that he would like to probe and think about a little further. Yeah, that's right, Grail. I should have known based on the first cameo that they included here that we'd end with a vague conception of a lot of the game. I'm still not over that joke of Asbel telling Vague that he was being vague about his role in the Colosseum. Oh, that's pretty vague of you. One of those great moments, and let it not be forgotten, the many moments in Tales of Graces that are just so funny. I think, we get pretty serious with our analysis of these games, and I think we ought to also take seriously when a game is very unabashedly and quite, sincerely funny. Like, it's not making fun of itself, but I think it is willing to have fun with itself and give us portraits of characters having fun in ways that just make us smile and laugh and have a great time. And I think that is a noteworthy thing to honor about Tales of Graces F also, because you don't get that in every game. They're not all equally concerned with that, to be sure. Well, right, Grail, but notice, right? I mean, we can say, talking about like the similarities and differences between the summon names, like, yes, Cyandini you could talk about as a punny version of Undini, and same with Sylph. Um, but also, like, I think, there has to be, like, pun or otherwise, I think, especially given the different naming and just like technology behind the Eleth, I don't think it's just a pun that it's Cyandini. I think they very easily could have made it Undini, and I think the fact that it is different points to a difference in the system to me. Because again, like, the game, even when it's being funny, I think takes its world so seriously and what is being represented and how it works, even if we don't always get all of the gory details of how it works. And so I feel like that just, to me, that cries out for an explanation of, all right, why are you not Undini? What is it about this world that has made you different, even if you, in the metaphorical sense, rhyme with Undini? Also in the verbal sense, but that's not as interesting to me. I grew up in the mountains. My eyesight is excellent. Yeah, that did give me quite a good laugh. I'm I'm glad that I was able to make a line funny for you based on my reaction to it. It's an interpretive exercise, these streams, right? And I didn't know that I had that ability, so thank you for letting me know, Grail. Which is, I remember laughing at that line, but what was the context? Where did that come up? Because I do remember it was like I was so taken aback by it because I wasn't expecting it, and the line delivery was just the funniest thing. It was something that Malik says, right? Oh, I think that was last time, the EX dungeon. All right. Well, it's taken us, what, 77 minutes, more or less? Well, I guess I started 5 minutes late. But like I said, I consider this already the stream. We're moving, we're grooving, we're vibing, we're honoring Tales of Graces F. All things that are my favorite and my favorite to do with you. Oh, that's right. He was talking about Riot Peak. Yeah, I was confusing it with the EX dungeon. I know. Well, and you know, I mean, talk about the meta level of the storytelling. I have made no secret of the fact that Jamieson Price just hits different for me. Jameson, my man, one more shout out to you. I might even tweet at you because I do that sometimes because you're just the best voice actor in the world. That's something that will be fun for me too. He's a series regular. For if you don't know or have forgotten, he shows up in a number of Tales games. I don't know if he shows up in Tales of Exilia 1 and 2, so no spoilers, those who have played. But I'm always keeping my ears peeled for familiar voice actors, but especially for Jameson. As I think I've mentioned before, he's played basically every level of interesting role in the Tales series except for that of main protagonist. So give us a story in which Jameson is the hero, you cowards. I guess we could argue this was Malik's story, but you know what I mean. Ooh, that's true. All right. Well, that's all the better for us to start now, and we're at the zone cage already. So Grail, you'll appreciate this. This entire time while I've been chatting with you and lecturing about my first impressions on the entirety of Tales of Grace's F, I have had the zone cage theme playing in my ears. So, and you have not. So you're welcome. But if it seems like Aaron's kind of going crazy and putting together the Always Sunny conspiracy board in the background, it's not just because of his thoughts. It's because the music is driving him to it. Oh, it was vague. Hilarious. Well, there you go. It's my bias. I want to attribute all of the funny and great line readings to Jameson Price. My memory was the vaguest asset of them all. Familiar voices, I'm in. Well, yeah, and as we talked about with Berseria, since a certain protagonist, speaking of main heroes, shows up in Berseria, you will recall, who also plays the likes of Flynn Schifo and others. So there are already some voice performances that I'm really looking forward to, but I can't wait to see those that I'm not familiar with. You joke, Grail, but be careful. I'm gonna issue extra super bonus spoiler warnings when we get into Tales of Exilia 1 and 2, because especially since I haven't been through them before, I want us all to have the benefit of Aaron experiencing it for the first time and coming to terms with it as he goes. All right, I am eager to make sure we at least get through the two things that we wanted to do, so I think I'm at least gonna start with our dear friend the Rockagong. And then I guess it'll be nice to wrap things up with Lambda. So we'll see how we are for time. It's not even halfway through the stream yet, and this hopefully won't take us that long. So I would really like to go back at least to Kohaku, that is Amber, if not also to the girl Riala, is that her name, from Tales of Destiny 2? It'd be great to get the further cameo dialogue. All of them might be an extra chore, but at least going back to those I would quite like. Alright, so I think we have good item coverage. Just making sure before we go to our friend the Rockagong. Alright, let's do it. It is worth checking if we're still on easy. We are, yep. Thank you, friendos. Thank you for the luck. Yeah, so I very vaguely, way back at the beginning of the playthrough, read a couple of discussions online about the Rockagong, and it sounded like, just based on his HP as much as anything, a lot of people do turn the difficulty down just to make the fight manageable. So you let me know. I was kind of thinking I would do it on easy for that reason, but if we think it'll be a fun and doable challenge on something like normal or moderate, I'm happy to pump the difficulty up too. I mean, and that's my favorite kind of you joke, Grail, because as you know, it's one that has a lot of resonance with how I think about these things, because, like, I mean, it's a hard thing to parse, right? It's interesting to think about them as the same character, but I think also, especially in a game that we never got a dub of, and given the way that she was ported over here, there is a kind of fun and interesting way, at least, in which you could you could think of them as two different characters or kind of shadows of each other. Fair enough, Pottery. That's all the incentive I needed. All right, here. Well, we just got through the magnanimous monstrosity that was Solomus. So let's try going up to moderate. Let's see how doable that is. I'll save here. I also, like we established last time, the bleak landscape of the Stratton Desert, I guess, has not stayed as meticulously detailed in my memory as I thought. So I think I'm going in the right direction, but if I'm not, just shout at me and I can change course. But I think he's back up here, if memory serves. Oh, that's interesting. So yeah, in her combat, Amber in this game is modeled off of what the original version of the game was, which was hearts, as opposed to what we got on the Vita, which was hearts R. It's one of those many cases, my friends, where you can peel back the stories and convolutions of various ports and localizations and redos as much as you want, and you will always find some interesting insight. It's just a matter of how far you want to go when it comes to Tales. All right, we're on moderate. And now, almost because we're pushing up the difficulty. See, now I feel like I'm a coward and I should try on hard. I'm gonna start on moderate. I'm gonna not bite off more than I can chew. It's hard and weird because it's crazy to me how much of this, with just the difficulty ramp, I have had to play through on the normal difficulty setting, because I've been playing the entirety of Hearts on hard, which is the hardest difficulty that I have available now, and I've been doing fine. And I think I did the same with Vesperia. So oftentimes, we've talked about this before in the stream, like when I'm working through the games on my own, I don't know if it's just that I take it at a different pace, or it's easier for me to absorb the combat system when I'm not, you know, managing the multi-format engagement of the stream. But yeah, it's harder for me to ramp up difficulty on the stream still. We'll have to try that from Jump Street with Exilia, excuse me. I'm going to get that out of my system before we start properly. But maybe if I start with the intention of working through it on the harder difficulty, maybe I'll be able to stick with it a bit better. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, it makes her representation here all the more idiosyncratic and singular, doesn't it, Grail? And when I say the hardest pottery, I mean, I think I'm just thinking hard, like the hardest base difficulty that is made available to you. Rare is the game that I will go back and do on like Mania or Chaos or any of like the hardest with a capital H difficulties. I think I did that with Tales of Arise just because I was New Game Plusing it the last time I played it. But yeah, typically that's best left for Grail, not for me. Oh, I know, but those places I did slog through. That's what I'm saying. Like and it was my first time going back to Vesperia for a while, but just different pace, and I really like. I guess it's also a case like that, and Hearts are both cases where I really like found myself enamored with their combat system and really wanted to learn the ins and outs. Not that that hasn't been the case for Graces, but it's a little bit less intuitive to me than the flow of something like the counter mechanic that you get in Hearts or Fatal Strikes and the like in Vesperia. So that might be part of what's just made it easier for me to engage with the harder difficulties in those as well. For me, it's a big, like, if I'm passionate enough to get really interested and engaged with the combat system, then it's also easier for me to learn it, which is maybe a more universal thing than me, but I never want to generalize too much about that. Oh, thank you, Grail. I definitely feel like I'm still learning how to balance everything, but hey, we'll be starting afresh with Exilia, so it'll be fun to see what we continue to learn together, not just about the streaming, but about the shape Tales of Praxis wants to take. Man, yeah, starting on hard seems like a you thing, Grail. Although I'll do that sometimes with games too, but I think nowadays, I guess I'm more deliberate about what I want to get out of the game the first time. As I say that, I do oftentimes, like, again, on my own, like, I will start Tales games on hard, but then just ratchet the difficulty down if it ends up getting to me. So I think it's mostly just been for the stream that I've wanted to be able to, you know, have confidence in working through things at a fair clip as opposed to banging my head against the wall. Because that's part of it. Like, I'll work through it, but I oftentimes, like I've stopped and I've grinded a couple times just because I've enjoyed grinding in a new combat system in Hearts, or, you know, like, I'll have to go back and challenge bosses a couple times and things that maybe wouldn't make the stream drag that much, but it doesn't feel as engaging as, you know, continuing to work through and chat about stuff without those added bits of just skill-related friction, let's say. Rockagong. Where are you? Where are you at, buddy? Oh, I hit the wrong button. Stupid Aaron. I think we can just reload. I saved back there. All right, Aaron got too deep into the conversation and totally forgot how to press buttons. Second verse, same as the first. Well, that's fair and definitely changes the context, Grail. So it was a radical downgrade in difficulty for you based on where you'd been in the recent past. That makes sense. I think I'm usually in a similar frame of reference for JRPGs when I'll go in right after one of Miyazaki's games. To your point, like, I forget what I played right after Elden Ring, but, you know, once you get used to something like grinding through those bosses or suffering through Sekiro, it's almost like it's the old Miyazaki-ism. You hunger for the challenge and brutality of it, and it doesn't really feel like you're playing the game otherwise. You would hope so. Alright. 500,000 hit points. Very weak to assault arts. And since it is such an epic, amazing... Oh, and timed battle. So that's something. I will try to actually do the work of looking at his weaknesses and assigning appropriate arts for Asbel. So Reptilian, Beast, Strike, and Slash. This is Slash, that's great. Reptile, okay. Maybe it'll be easier to use Gelma against him, given how freaking big he is, actually. So Beast and Strike are the other ones Aaron's looking for. Tunic, talk about change of pace. Oh, but harder than it needs to be. All right. That's funny, because I have it coded in my head as like a very... I guess cozy game? Like, again, I know basically nothing about it except that you and others have told me I absolutely need to play it, so as you know, it's on my very, very short list. But I didn't expect to hear it's hard, although I guess harder than it needs to be does not imply that it is hard simpliciter. That's interesting. I'll have to see how I feel about the difficulty once I get to it. I'm thinking... So for all you've been saying about it, Pottery, and I've been chatting about it with some of my other friends too, I'm pretty confident that will probably be my next palate cleansing game. So it's just a question for me of, does Aaron want to sit and live with that on his own, or will it be a fun thing to do on the stream? So let me mull that for a bit, but I am confident I'm going to have an absolutely grand time with it either way. There's a dead zone where none of his attacks can hit you until you reach a certain threshold. Okay, good to know. Beast is Beast, okay. And it doesn't look like Asbel has any strike burst darts. It's what I was saying before, guys. Just I understand what the system is acting for and how it's trying to ask the characters to interact, but not being able to get them all on on one burst art palette is just frustrating for me. I know that's more of a me thing than a game thing. Well, even 2 out, I hope. Okay, we got the Rockagong fur for the quest. Okay, so he has killed us twice already. I'm thinking this might have been an ambitious difficulty raise, but we'll see. Well, we knew this was ambitious from the get-go. Oh man, what level is he at this? I still feel like he's just freaking one-shotting us. It's because he's level 176. Okay, well, asked and answered. Yeah, see, maybe it's just... maybe it's a matter of what I play and what I'm looking for in games, but spammy in the sense of, you know, using a single art multiple times, like, that's not something that I find to be, like, something I take issue with in games. Like, if an art is fun and it works and I like it, like, I'm okay with using it a lot. I know I'm not telling you anything you don't already know based on watching me play these games, but yeah, it's funny to think about what sorts of gamers complain about what sorts of issues in games. That's true, Grail. It could always be worse. Well, we got full power hits, but it's so hard to hit him that I don't know how much of a difference it really made. Rockagong, why? Why are you killing our healers? Yeah, see? Different kinds of gamers found in the wild. I have no problem with a fluid, aesthetically pleasing, nice feeling combat system where you just find 4 arts that you're happy with and flow between them. That's why I like, as I was saying, in Hearts, you know, Shinga, or Core, the main character, he gets a bunch of lightning attack buffs. He gets exactly 4 lightning arts, at least, you know, as far as I am in the game. And you can assign those 4 arts and do some great combos with them. And he has lots of other great arts, but you don't have to think about it if you don't want to. That is a great point, Grail. So already I'm guessing that this is an exercise in futility, just because looking at it... Well, we've taken down like 20% of his HP. It might not. It's probably an exercise in futility, but not enough for me to wipe out and try again. I'm feeling the, as Grail said, the DBZ spirit energy on the stream, like I did for the puzzle solving last time. Hopefully that'll allow us to carry through. Yeah, fine. Fine being a vague term, speaking of vague. Hopefully fine enough, that's the key operator. We are managing to, well, that was not good. We're managing to get full power hits on him pretty reliably, so that's nice at least. Well, if he's able to wipe out our whole party, there's not much that DPS can do to solve that, but I'm sure this fight won't get any harder. Come on, have you ever known a Tales boss to get more challenging as its health diminishes? That's not a thing. Rockagong, please. Oh, I tried to get out of the way. I did not get out of the way effectively enough. Ah, oh, man, that has such a big AoE. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I think the issue is going to be, as you can see, just keeping the party up. So I might have to... My hope is that, knock on wood, since this was moderate, it implies that we can get him on normal in a fairly manageable way. But I don't think we're going to be able to stay up for long enough. That's going to be the relevant gating factor, not the time limit. Yeah, that's a good point about time stop with a time limiter pottery. I could see that being an issue. Grail, why do you have so little faith in me, dude? We could do it. We could do it without having to go all the way to easy. Oh my god, is no one gonna revive Asbel? I thought I had Sharia's shortcut still, but it doesn't... No, I do. Oh, that's a good point. I hadn't thought of that. Oh, did he, like, take Asbel out of the fight when he ate him? I've never known a Tales boss to do that. I thought that was just a Final Fantasy thing. Oh, that's true. The Mongo time limit. Ooh, I'm so on the fence. Yeah, because I would like to get us some of that other dialogue in the zone cage too. I had forgotten about that. So that would be nice. Yeah. I'll take your advice, Gray. I'll just go down to easy. I've left my pride long ago in Tales of Grace's F, so I'm okay with that. I'm interested to see what level he actually shows up at when we go all the way down to easy. Because we're what? We're level 114 now? We might just be on a par with him. You really want to challenge him? What's he at now? 128! He's still a higher level than we are, so that's something. How about that character model? Too massive to even fully represent. Alright. Well, hopefully now it's imminently possible. It is interesting also, just since you so rarely get time limit mechanics in a Tales game, that decreasing his difficulty doesn't change the time limit for you. You could see a version of this in which it would also make it easier by giving you more time, and that is really not what's going on here. Haha, Friday! I almost got a beer for the Friday stream this time around, Pottery, so maybe I'll join you next time, but I thought that would that would make it more of a gamble than I wanted it to, for Aaron to be able to hold in his head all of his first impression analytic thoughts of Graces. Maybe with a nice glass of wine, but I don't have any wine lying around, just some beer. Oh man, well I'm sad on your behalf that you'll have to be working on a Sunday, Grail, but yes, I'm looking forward to your freedom as well. I don't think you'd mentioned that you're getting surgery, or I just totally forgot about it. I hope everything's alright. I'll be thinking of you. And hoping everything goes well. Oh hey, look at that! We could all share a virtual beer together. We'll have to find a good moment in the Exilia stream or another stream of a game that's a vibe for that. Make it a sudsy adventure together. Raise one in spirits. Like Lloyd and his dad in that aggressively non-canon official illustration that I showed you that I found in Japan. I still love that. I got a place of pride in my new Tales display in my living room. Oh, so what technical reason do you think there would be, Potter? So I can't think of one, but I'm sure you have something in mind that just is not even on the radar for me. Alright, well, I don't feel great about going all the way down to easy, but I do feel great about it being all but assured that we will get through this and be able to move on to the other stuff, which would be nice. Oh man, you know, my dad's side of my family, the guys all have famously bad knees, so I feel you. My dad has had, I think, just one of his fully replaced. He got that done a few years ago, and God bless him, he's like an unstoppable mountain man, so he was back doing like, you know, double-digit mile walks and hikes not long enough after that, but yeah, so I know about issues of the knee all too well, and as I'm getting older, I'm getting anxious about mine, so yeah, it sounds like it's preventative, which is great, but I'll definitely be thinking of you and wishing you well if it's ever any fun to have to do stuff like that. Yeah, so I think it kind of sucks. I mean, hopefully the party will still be able to get him, but I think he just ate Asvel. Again. Drag! Possible that the combat system starts to degrade in overly long fights. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. See, as I suspected, something I hadn't considered at all. But yeah, that's really interesting. Makes sense. I know. It's a catch-22, Grail. When the enemy eats you as its meal, then no meal can save you from the problem. I could do that, but I almost prefer just rooting for them. Yeah, fine, alright. I'll be a big boy and switch to someone else. Pascal? Okay. And she has stuff equipped. Alright, let's try it. Then I'm still not responsible for healing, so I feel like that's good. Yeah, that's a good point. I do remember myself being quite impressed with that aspect of the Necropolis of Nostalgia. Part of what disorients me and why we ran into the map issues that we were talking about last time, but definitely makes for a very interesting and unusual experience to have all of the navigation nested within one battle. Yeah, just based on what an unusual enemy he is, I can imagine, as you say, like, there might be some parameter of the battle system that he's stretching in one way or another. Intuitively, that feels right to me. Yeah, it's kind of what I'm thinking. Strategy-wise, Grail. Corner and large magics feels good. Oh, but not that large magics. Oh my god, that's not what I want to use. Ugh. Pascal, use the spells I want you to use. There we go. Okay, we still have plenty of time. Yeah, so we'll get through it. Just sucks to have lost Asbo. Oh, that's true. Yeah, they do that for the which temple is it? The one where the EX dungeon ultimately shows up, but where the I think it's the Earth astral energy light falls. Yeah, that's a very cool sequence. You know, Kuni 2, another great game that does that with some of its optional dungeons. You wander around and it's like one big fight as you're navigating the area. Yeah, I like that. I rather wish that games did it more, but I imagine for some of the dev reasons we're talking about, it's probably hard to pull off. I think Bloodflame was our best bet for consistently hitting him. I'm gonna go back to that. Yeah, that sounds right to me, Pottery, for what it's worth. I do wonder, it'd be interesting to know or hear about, just from that dev perspective, because we didn't get Tales of Graces, like the original, as you guys know, and I wonder whether they made any upgrades to like the underlying combat system or things like that between the first one, which was what, 2009 we decided, and Tales of Graces F, which was 2012. From a play perspective, it does still feel contemporaneous with those other ones of the mid to late aughts era, so wouldn't be surprised if there weren't that many updates. That is something interesting to think about. It wasn't on my list for things we'd be discussing, let alone on this stream of all of them, but I guess this fight does naturally call it to mind. I think from talking about it before, there's not a huge amount of overlap with us between Tales and then Final Fantasy. Although Pottery, I know you've at least played Final Fantasy VII, you were saying. So I have not played all the Final Fantasy titles, but I've played a decent number of them. And one thing that I don't think I'd really consciously processed, but does feel different in terms of just gameplay and combat, like style and norms between that and Tales for me, probably just because Final Fantasy is turn-based and Tales is real-time action, is like I have many memories of iconic fights in Final Fantasy that just take like literally 30 minutes to an hour or longer, right? Like they can be very long fights, sometimes because they're wars of attrition, sometimes just because there are lots of phases. But that to me really does mark out like something that makes a difference in terms of the flow of battle and how we make sense of the enemies in a way that we don't often get in the Tales series. And I kind of wish that we did. Like, as I was saying, I can wrap my head around the reasons that we don't. It's a different kind of combat, but I feel like for all of the rich relationships that we develop with some of the antagonists, like having that kind of long marathon battle with someone like, say, even like Van and Lorelei, like, can you imagine if that whole epic finale to Tales of the Abyss was waged over like, an hour-long, like, multi-stage fight? Like, I love the way it is, don't get me wrong, but I feel like that would add an interesting element to it. Yeah, I think especially like if you think about it in terms of things like the cinematic design language of like Final Fantasy 16 and everything that it has quickly become known for pottery. Yeah, I totally agree. I think I had in mind, like, I'll tell you, I mean, the one quite specifically that I was thinking of besides Final Fantasy 7 was Final Fantasy 10. I think that's a really great and cool standard for like really emotionally salient and temporally protracted boss fights. And I guess even there, like, where I feel like Arise does get closer? It's not in the main content, but I felt tinges of Final Fantasy, like, battle design philosophy in the Four Lights. Those fights feel like they're kind of Final Fantasy inspired for me. And if that's an indicator of stuff they want to explore in later titles, I say more power to them. I hope they do it, because frankly, like, it's no surprise, I'm sure, for you to hear that I think the level of character interrogation and study of relationships that happens in Tales, I would say has Final Fantasy beat, to be honest with you. And I'm someone who loves Final Fantasy for a million reasons, but knowing that, I think if Tales were to add that kind of like elongated combat element to its language of character study, it could have some really, really cool consequences. So I would love to see that. How does a monster like this eat? Well, remember, I mean, actually, Grail, it's a good game in which to ask that, because we got more of a window into it than we would in many other games by showing up in his stomach, so God help us, we saw a lot of things that he digested. It seems like the answer to how does he live is not super well, since he kind of just scrounged around and gobbled up whatever. To his own detriment, right? Because he also gobbled up a parasite that we had to deal with, remember? Which was like the cause of him going nuts, speaking of things that happened like 100 hours ago in the stream. So maybe our defeating him in battle will inspire him to think better about his diet in the future, and we'll save the ecosystem that way. That's the hidden 5th or 6th act to Tales of Grace's F, saving the ecosystem by defeating the Rockagong. Well, GG, friends, we did it. Yeah, and I would agree with that, Pottery. And I think that's a good point too, in terms of as we think about like how can games borrow from other games in a way that translates those other design standards into something that makes sense for the series and feels native to it. And that's a great point, that the short snappiness, something that allows fights to feel epic while also keeping the action up, right? Because one of the differentiators from the very first moment in the Tales series was that the battles, by virtue of being real-time rather than turn-based, were similarly snappy and engaging, and asked you to be present moment to moment in a way that isn't required of a turn-based system. So yeah, figuring out how to do that on the scale of an hour-long battle is an interesting challenge, no doubt, but it's the kind that just makes me excited even to think about what it would look like. Kind of thing we can daydream about on future streams, in fact. Like the next time we see a great boss fight, like ask, okay, now how would we extend that over like an hour, 2 hours? How would we manage? What would that look like? Platforming would be cool too, you know. And I feel like the like they got close to having the pieces to put together for that in Arise in the way that we're talking about, with like the continuous dungeon navigation battles and then the big fights against the lights. So if they just like mashed those together, I feel like there could be something. Yeah, that's also true. And yeah, like I said, when I say Final Fantasy and I'm talking about it in this way, I'm thinking a little bit more of the older ones, because like I forget, you guys played Final Fantasy 16, right? I can't remember, but Final Fantasy 16, it's interesting because you can see that kind of trying to innovate in the design language of Final Fantasy, because it still has these extensive long fights, but they are just like they're real-time action, but not in a way that I feel would be true to the Tales series, because it feels more like it's leaning into the cinematic elements of Final Fantasy. I think the kind of long protracted battles that to me are more paradigmatic of something that it would be fun for Tales to have fun with and explore are, you know, what you would probably now call the like early to mid era Final Fantasy games, as opposed to the more recent ones. I wasn't thinking things like the icon fights in 16. Oh, well, Pottery, let me just say, if it's not on your list, I mean, 16 warrants being on your list, especially if you played 15, because I am in the camp, as I think are a lot of people, of saying that 16 was a return to force that was necessary and totally redemptive after 15. I played 15, I played it a lot. I have very mixed feelings about 15. Yeah, and Graces does a lot, and I think that's one of the reasons that I think it's fun to experiment and daydream about what they could do next, Grail, because I think we would all agree that at its best, the Tales series oftentimes is unabashedly willing to experiment and play with, as you say, and as they call it in the series language, gimmicks, like different things that add a lot of texture and nuance to the individual games. Like we've talked about for quite a while in terms of how even something like Tales of Symphonia's combat system can then become a base template that's elaborated upon with different nuances that make it appropriate to different worlds, and something like we get in Tales of Abyss with the Fields of Phonons and things like that. Yeah, fair enough, Pottery. They're all long lists, so I will say I love it. I'm not gonna say anything of the kind that you would for Tunic to bully you into putting it higher on your list. I think it does what it wants to do perfectly, and a lot of people really love that. I really love it, but it's not one. I don't think it's one that I found my mind blown about in the way that is the case for a lot of the other games that we talk about. I know, too many examples, Grail. Good to go back and think about that, though. Yeah, I mean, when you think about and decompose a lot of those bosses, and remember, like, right alongside bosses like the humanoid skeleton and afterimage of Lambda, like there's a lot of diversity in bosses in this game, so it's worth honoring and celebrating that. Yeah, many great fights that I'm going to remember for this. I have a good feeling that they will, Pottery. I have a feeling they'll run with the next one. Tales of Ultimania. What was the funny... You had a funny title for it, Grail. It wasn't Tales of Nextia. It was cleverer than that. Simply a powerful spellbook we got from the Rockagong that reduces the Elith used for cooking by half. That is simple and powerful. I like that. Alright, so you will remember ages ago, in more ways than one, we met a researcher from Fendel who was the former inhabitant of the hut that we happened upon in the stomach of the Rockagong, who was trying to, I want to say, prove new ecological findings about how we needed to better interact with the natural world or something. He had some very ambitious agenda, and he was in Fendel. So we need to find him, and we need to give him this fur now. Did we kill him, though? Was it... I kind of thought he just sort of went away after that. I thought he was one of those kind of immortal beings who would fight us but not actually die. That's a good question. Well, we can find that out. Can we still go inside the Rockagong now? Because it's a question we can actually answer based on the resources of the game. How about that? Oh! Well, wait. No. Yeah, okay. So we can still... He's still hanging out. Thank goodness. I was afraid we'd accidentally murdered the Rockagong for a second, and then I would have to do penance. I know you've still got me gunning for Grand Blue Grail. I think it's safe to say at this point you have put me over the limit to certainly putting it on my list. So I do intend and hope to play it at this point, assuming it's a good place to enter the series, because I know it's one of those bigger and complicated series too. So I defer to you on that. Oh, that's interesting, Pottery. So when you say the structure doesn't interest you, like what is it about you that you kind of bump on? Is it like something to do with the story, just the like the quest layout? Because now I'm curious in what it says about your interest in the games. Oh, that's true. Yeah, Grail was saying it started out in a very different vein. Well, but you never know. Sometimes those series, especially like Japanese mobile-first series, have convoluted story relationships that can be hard to keep track of. Was he in? No, I think he was in Zavert. Maybe Velenik? Do we remember where the Rockagong researcher was? Grail, do you remember that? More campaign stuff is always a good hope. I feel like he was in Zavert, but I might be misremembering. You are not who I want. Requests. Rockagong fur! Alright, got it in one. And we have Seabream. Something good recently happened, so I thought I'd treat everyone to a lovely surprise. Thank you! Now my research is all set. I'm talking about that research, silly. We increased the power output to a new level. Oh, that's fascinating to me, Pottery, because that description in no way reflects like any aspect of my experience with Final Fantasy 16. So, who's telling you that? There are many things about it, and one of the reasons that I asked was knowing you as I do now. There are many aspects of it that I could see just not being your favorite kind of game to work through, but that doesn't seem to resonate at all with the picture of the game that I played. Oh, not phone, but gacha based. Got it. And separate story-wise. Perfect. So I can just start with the one that you're raving about. That's even better. Oh, okay. We got our wires crossed. That's better, because I was like, man, I know that, you know, people can have strong opinions about Final Fantasy games and press can get things wrong, but that just sounds like wildly different from the game that I played. It's because it is wildly different from the game that I played. It's a different fucking game. All right, so you'll recall, the researcher said, I need someone to bring me fur that grows from the Rockagong's skin. Don't hurt the creature to get it. Oh, okay, well, I guess I'm still not convinced we hurt him. He's a giant rock creature. And don't die. Yes, and that's where I would say, yeah, I would not talk you out of prioritizing it over other things you love and are stoked to play. But it is like, I think it's I would need to go back and think about it more to say it's a perfect game in the same way that I'm convinced after playing this that Tales of Grace's F is a perfect game, but I think it at least comes close in terms of perfectly and cohesively representing something quite clear that it wants to say and a story that it wants to tell, which, especially on a game of that scale, I think is a really remarkable achievement and makes it just go down quite well as a player. Listen, Grail, it's what we've been talking about. There's a lot to juggle on the stream, so tracking multiple conversations and bosses and quests. And your boy's doing the best he can. All right, and we're off. Hey, I heard you got the goods. Whoa, hold the train. You sure this is right? It looks kinda funky. Huh? Is this your way of being grateful? I'll have you know, we risked our lives for that firm. It must have been a pretty tough nut to crack, huh? Tough's not the word for it. Yeah, I guess it's just grown too damn big for its own good. Grown too big. Yeah, kinda like you. Nobody asked about me. The Rockagong is special. It's been super strong since the day it was born. For the last 200 years, it's ruled alone at the top of the food chain. Are you worried about it damaging the local ecosystem? The people of Strata say it's a kind, gentle creature, and they're not wrong. But I fear that the years have finally begun to damage its mind. The beast will only grow more aggressive unless someone gives it a good thrashing. A man of Fendel might be pleased about such a development, especially if it led to trouble for Strata. Yeah, I'm sure that some people would think like that. But I'm not some people. I'm me. You still don't make any sense, and yet I think I'm starting to believe you. Perhaps you'd care to join us the next time we face the Rockagong. We could certainly use your knowledge. I gotta pass. My eyes are real bad, see, and I need some new glasses. But good luck! Besides, I don't want to get caught in the middle of two monsters fighting. Who are you calling a monster? Look, I'm just saying, you're pretty big. It's a good question, Grail. I don't know. I'm telling you, loops and roundabouts trying to figure out the way these different game versions fit together. So what's that new title we got for Malik being an absolute monster, which I love? A man with a big body and a big heart. Even against the Rockagong, he shows no fear. Love it. I will say, I feel like we did such a good job with the side quests, but it does haunt me that it still feels like there are some side quest related titles we didn't quite open, so Aaron might have to spend some time this weekend and look at the few ones that we missed and if it's tied to stuff, but we certainly don't need to lose our minds over it or extend our stream for the purpose of it. It's just, as much as anything else, a testament to what I've been saying about how much this game wants to bury you in titles. Yeah, pottery. It's one of those questions that is very fun to unpack, the question of what it means to assess the quality of a game or any other kind of complex multifunctional system at all. This is something that... Oh, there's another title we can get for Malik and Barona's Bar. Well, since you say that, that's really easy for us to do. Let's go and do that. When Dan and I used to lecture about the series that he was doing, putting together a literary canon of video games, one of the ways in which I would introduce it was talking about how difficult it is to assess and talk about the overall quality of a game, and how, frankly, I think a lot of the frameworks that reviews and review publications use for discussing the quality of games are just kind of unintelligible at the end of the day. Because if you think about something that can serve multiple functions and try to ask what is the quality of this thing overall, you always have to be assessing its quality according to the function that you have in mind, right? So an example that I use in the canned talk that I would give about this is, if you think about a knife, right? You can have something like a kitchen knife where it's really important that it cuts super well, or you can have something like a ceremonial knife where you actually don't use it for cutting, and it better not be very sharp because you don't want to accidentally hurt someone with it. So if you have a knife in front of you and you ask, is this a good knife? It's actually there's a sense in which that question is not yet well defined or intelligible, because it's leaving out information about the function according to which you're evaluating the knife. So if you're looking at a knife and saying well, I can see that this knife is sharp, but that could make it good or bad depending on if you're using it as a ceremonial knife or as a cutting knife in a kitchen, you need to know what is the function according to which I'm evaluating this object before then I can talk about its overall quality. And I think a lot of reviewers simply don't do that. They talk about whether a game is good or bad, period, when a game, I think, quite clearly and uncontroversially can be used for a wide variety of things. It can be used as a way to hone your reflexes. It can be used as a social apparatus to interact with other people. It can be used as a storytelling medium, like we talk about it here, to consume and engage in a work of fiction, and a million other different uses that we haven't even touched on. And I think it's incredibly important to think about the sense in which you are looking at a game before you talk about its quality, which is by way of saying, when I say this feels to me like a perfect game, and I think it lowers the bar relative to maybe how you're thinking about the term perfect game. When I say perfect game, I'm eliding that function that I'm talking about. What I should really be saying is it strikes me as a perfect game in terms of all of the different parts and components and aspects of it bending towards and contributing to a particular narrative and thematic experience, since we're thinking about it as a storytelling medium. So there may be many other ways in which you might want to play the game. Say, if you're looking for gameplay challenges to test your reflexes and, hone your abilities, stuff like that, where a game that tells a perfect kind of story might fall short in terms of that other function. And to ask for a game that is perfect in the sense of satisfying equally well every possible function, I think is probably an impossible question, for the same reason that the knife question is. Like, a sharp knife might be perfect as a cutting knife, but that very same attribute makes it worse as a ceremonial knife. So different attributes will make it better or worse according to those different functions. So I think we can think more about it as we wrap up Tales of Grace's F in the next little while. I think the more I'm thinking about and unwinding these themes that I'm talking about and seeing the different points of connectivity across different elements of the game, I do feel like, at least right now, for the time being, I want to stand by my claim of it as a case of a perfect game, but in that qualified sense of talking about it from the perspective of playing and reading games as works of storytelling, as we do here on With a Terrible Fate. So take that for what it is. And yes, to your point, Grail, and I know we've talked about this before, I also think, each game, like any artwork, but especially in the Tales series, is so concerned with dwelling on and representing a story about such particular and discrete themes that it's very hard for me to find them commensurable with one another in terms of ranking them, which is why I don't really do rankings, even though we're all convinced that Aaron's favorite was Tales of the Abyss until he played Tales of Eternia, and now maybe we don't know. But yeah, I think for not unrelated reasons, I think it's very hard to grade and rank works of art in a way that I find intelligible, at least. Yeah, and I figured you would agree, Pottery. It's something that I think is implicit in the way that we hang out on Tales of Praxis and talk about stuff, but it's good that we did talk about it and bring it up, because I think we have not made it explicit in the past. And like I'm sure so many people who talk about evaluating and ranking and grading games, even now with where the discourse is. I mean, I think in many ways it's markedly better than where it was 10, 15 years ago. But I think a lot of people still don't think about that lens of specificity through which they're evaluating games. And I think the more specific you can get, the more cogent the conversation can be, and also the easier it is to just sit down and appreciate the game for what it's trying to say, what it's trying to do, and what specific experience you get out of it, right? So, you've talked before about the optimism you see in me and trying to find the value even in games that might not be my favorite to play. I think this kind of theoretical foundation is part of what, at least for me and how I approach it, makes it possible for me to do that, for what it's worth. My goodness, yeah. And to add to Pottery, Grail, I didn't believe it was physically possible for anyone to truly 100% Breath of the Wild, even though I know people who have done that, because I certainly couldn't. So I admire and stand in awe of you for having done that. I think despite rolling credits on Tears of the Kingdom, I maybe 30%ed that game and am okay with that and don't have plans to return to it anytime soon. So I love Zelda, but take that as you will. Oh, Malik, perfect timing. Listen, I need to go pick up some stock. You mind tending the bar for a few minutes? Tend the bar, baby! Is it a waiter minigame? Is there a waiter minigame in this after all? Listen, I just didn't want to make the stream longer, but don't think I don't have thoughts about what that says about the Amarcian culture and their pilgrimages to and from Affinia and how that cascades into everything else that we've thought about. It'll turn into a 6-hour stream before we know it. Welcome, friend. What'll it be? Surprise me. You got it. I call this one Tomorrow Never Cries. It signifies hope for the future. Hope for the future. My family business hasn't been doing so well lately. I've been pretty bummed. I guess it's obvious, huh? Just a coincidence. I hope I didn't offend you. No, in fact, now I feel like trying harder than ever. Great. Well then? Wait. Please. I can't take it anymore. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. I'm tired. I just want out. No, please don't say that. Come on, it was just a stupid argument. It's not just today. Being with a highborn woman like you only serves to remind me of my own miserable station. Then I'll run away from home. You don't get it, do you? That's just the kind of thing I don't need to hear. This is like a little quiet callback to one of the very first side quests in the entire series in Tales of Phantasia. Drink? Leave me alone. Huh? It's on the house. I don't need your sympathy. All right, then. I'll drink it. My man. Wait, what is it called? Mabo Curry Toddy. My man. It signifies hope for the future. I get it. Hope. Oh, he's not worth your time. Hey, thanks for taking care of the place. It happened again, huh? Thanks for your help last night. You know you're always welcome. You all done, Captain? Yeah. Just the right amount of funny. Grail. Malik, when can I see you again? You don't need me anymore. Besides, if you need another Mabo Curry Toddy, you can just ask the owner here. Oh, you're such a flirt. Is that the hungover animation for walking? Like she doesn't know how to walk anymore? Do you know her, Captain? I'll tell you later. About lots of things. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. And that now, because of the different color composition of his outfit, it's a different colored lotus. It's green now, right? Confirmed for colorblind Aaron, that looks green. Let me see if I can find that lotus symbolism that I was looking at before. Doesn't have one for green. It's disappointing. Yes. You don't have to put it in quotes, Grail. It's a lotus flower. I proved it using logic and reason. Oh, Grail, I missed your IGN probably message, but yes, I wasn't going to name names, but I'm also not going to disagree with you. I thought that you decided for us that there was a hot animated woman with a spear in this one, though. So, but that would kind of fit, too, because they would make a complaint that both wasn't cogent and also was not accurate to the game. So, but you didn't hear that from me. I didn't say that. Just between us friends. Oh, I don't think I know the song you're talking about, Pottery, but based on what you've said, I don't know that I want to know it either. So I feel for you. You also don't need quotes, Grail. We established that's the Wheel of Samsara. I do. That's another question for me though, because so I had my whole discourse on conflict at the beginning of this. I think for me that was interesting too, for thinking about how like the nation struggles relate to the characters, because it's not an especially inspired or novel take on, nations putting aside their differences in the Tales series, as far as I can tell, but I might not have thought about it that much. But I do think it tracks with the interpersonal conflicts that the nations are kind of defined in opposition to one another, and then figure out how to move beyond that and simply be places with different cultural identities, which is cool and resonant to me. But then I do find myself wondering, okay, if we're thinking about this Buddhist lens of overcoming suffering by stepping away from one's earthly and contingent attachments, are there ways in which the different nations represent different aspects of that? Because the wheel that we've talked about on Hubert's back, that's the Stratton sigil. Like when we're walking around Strata and Uliberte, we see that places, and so I wonder whether there's a way in which, like, maybe Strata can be seen as representing the Eightfold Path, or that particular aspect of the Buddhist dogma, perhaps. Yeah, that's fair. They didn't get to the good content, showing her in all her glory. That's fair. Oh, you knew enough Muse to keep up with Chrissy. Chrissy, if you happen to be watching the VODs, we miss you. I hope you're doing well with your PhD stuff. I'm sorry that you haven't been able to see the end of this, but hopefully you're able to tune into the start of Exilia. But there you go. You have someone else who's able to keep up with your Muse references better than me, at least. So let that be the further advertisement. Oh, you always got to look at the artist, Grail. Come on. When you love art as much as we do, you gotta pay homage to the artists. All right. I think looking at the time, there are some other odds and ends I would like to do, like going back to the zone cage. So I might do that on my own time. We might, if we're feeling a slightly later stream, we can always go back to it. But in the spirit of wrapping up in a timely manner what we set out to do, I think it is time for us to go all the way back to the Guardia Shaft and see and dwell on the conclusion of the base game through the new context we have from the fourth act, and also from having done the limiter removal on Lambda. So I'm very interested to see how that plays out. Grail, you cruel monster. Locked in Syndrome wants to know your location. Oh, I loved that Malik side quest, by the way. One of those great Tales examples of something that's such a quiet little seemingly throwaway short scene, but great further color to his character. It's a great way of showing more about how he has so much interiority to himself, not really talking about his past, but using it to help others. And the idea that he, with his experience, is able to give everyone exactly what they need in a drink, all of which just represents hope for the future, I think is a really touching way of encapsulating and wrapping up his character, and also just a lot of the game, right? I mean, I think a nice way to kind of summarize and render more succinct my thoughts about how this game represents and asks us to overcome the nature of conflict is that idea that we want to be able to hope for the future, and we want to understand what it means to act in hope for the future without making our actions constitutive of conflict, right? Because I think that's a big part of where conflicts emerge from in this game and in other Tales games, where people are hoping for something, but in a way that creates protagonism and antagonism and turns, living beings into enemies, as opposed to simply just natural entities with lives to live. So I think it's one of those favorite sentiments of mine in a JRPG that seems really simple and cliched, but thanks to all the sophistication of the storytelling and representation, becomes much more nuanced in a way that you can actually use in your real life. This idea of, yeah, we want to be able to hope for the future and give that to people, but what does it really mean to do that in a way that honors who they are as a person and allows them to enact that in their lives, without thereby denigrating others or putting others below them. I guess it is tradition at this point to go over, but I worry that if I go down the zone cage rabbit hole right now, we simply won't be able to get back to this. So you are sweet, and I appreciate and will honor that, and we probably will go over just because, especially after all the time we've played Tales of Graces F4, I think it'll be nice to feel fairly confident in saying that we turned over every stone that we wanted to, so I'm good with that, but I want to make sure, in case people want to dip or have a timely conclusion before we spill over, we go back to the conclusion. So let's do that, and then I'm sure that'll give us plenty more to chat about as we think about the game in toto, and then we can also reload and do some of our other favorite little things. I think I saved, but I'm anxious, so I'm going to save again. Man, my save anxiety was renewed because, I don't know if it's an aspect of the Vita or just the model I happened to get, but, I was playing it, and for some reason it refused to charge while I was playing it, and I was playing it all day a while ago, and, I got to the conclusion of the first act, and I had it plugged in and charging the whole time, but that was at the end of the day, and then my system just decided to die at, one of the decisive early game twists. And I think I'm clearly still not over that. So if you see me double tapping on save points, it's not just from my old gamer experiences. It's also from recent ones on retro systems. All right, friends. Let's speaking of going back to the past and re-engaging with it in new ways, let's revisit Lambda and Richard.
I'm warning you. For the last time, don't interfere.
Don't do this, Richard! Don't you understand what Lambda's trying to do?
Yes, of course. Lambda's will is also my will. Lambda's hopes are my hopes. Soon, we will become the very world itself. And then our ideals will become reality. This miserable little world has been most unkind to us indeed. But now we can remake it.
What kind of place is your ideal world? And what price will you pay to attain it?
Once we join forces with the world, we shall eliminate the source of all selfishness and pain. And that source is humanity. Humans are sad, unthinking creatures who fight and kill to appease their endless desires. The very existence of humanity is the worst crime of all. Wouldn't you agree?
Eliminate pain by destroying humanity? But what happens after that? What do you plan on doing once you're all alone? You're wrong, Richard. This is not the way to eliminate pain. You helped me recover when I was banished from my home. And I was so happy to have a friend like you. Richard, don't do this. You have kindness. And that's enough to bring peace to this world.
That's enough!
His energy is incredible. Is this the force of the Eleth?
Do you understand how powerful we have become? Or would you like me to attempt to explain it to you? My dear Asbel, unfortunately, it is impossible for you to stop us now. Because the inevitable truth is you're about to die by our hand.
I don't want to stop and start this too much while we're watching it, but I'll point out one thing that's really cool about this opening part to me, just so we can hear it, is if you can't hear it already, something that I didn't notice at all the first time listening to this, because you wouldn't really have a reference point for it yet, because we haven't really heard Lambda talk on his own yet when we get to this point in the story just in Act 3. But now that we've spent so much time talking with and listening to Lambda, I can so clearly hear both his voice and Richard's voice overlapped when they're talking as this homogenized, perfectly fused entity. And that's really cool because now it gives us a sense of both of those individually broken identities that are blending together to constitute this singular self in an attempt to reach some modicum of safety in the world. Yeah, Richard certainly seems the same, so I think the interestingly, potentially different stuff will be what happens when we get to Lambda next. Hardest fight in the game. Man, I hope that new Lambda is as hard as I feared he would be. Otherwise, it will have been a real overcompensation to have gone to easy. But based on what Grail was saying about his time with him, I'm guessing that it will have been warranted.
I don't believe it. Impossible. How could we have lost? This can't be.
Lambda, please! You've got to listen to me! You must let Richard go! Richard and Lambda have been fused for too long now. It may be they can no longer be separated.
I don't believe it.
Asbel, I knew somehow you would stop me. I didn't want to trust anyone. I didn't want to be betrayed again. It's better that everyone die rather than suffer any longer. I thought I wanted to kill everyone, but then I just wanted someone to help me, to understand me. Pathetic, isn't it? As we fought, I still wanted you to save me.
I never wanted to fight you. I wouldn't abandon you, no matter what. You are my friend.
So, even after all of this, you can still call me your friend? Thank you, Asbel. I wish I could have seen it sooner. I wish everything would have turned out differently. But it's too late now. It's all far too late. Nothing more can be done now. My feelings are mixed with Lambda's feelings. And now, I can no longer tell them apart. I can't stop myself. I fear I'm going to kill you all. But please, before Lambda recovers, you have to kill me first.
Richard, don't give up!
That will not happen.
Wait a minute. Was that Lambda? Hurry, Asbel. I'll try to hold him off. But I told you, you must kill me! Hurry! Richard! No! No! Lambda. It all ends right here. I won't allow us to repeat these mistakes.
Are you prepared to end along with me? Will you truly forfeit your right to exist? Impossible. Why would you ever sacrifice yourself for those who have made us suffer? If you desire death so much, then go to him yourself! I have no use for someone who lacks the will to live!
Richard!
What are you doing? Asbel! Lambda.
Is that Lambda?
He has rejected Richard's body and fused with the Ellis from the Balconist.
If we defeat it, then it will all be over.
It will all be over? If you destroy me, what will you fight next? Without a clear opponent, will you invent one for yourself?
Nature of conflict, like I was saying.
Humans are constantly slaughtering each other in the name of their own existence. You kill innocent people in your petty wars, then claim they were evil to begin with. You're nothing but children, driven by your own sense of entitlement. And now you will pay for these crimes with your lives!
So great. And nice too, speaking of new contrasts that we're able to notice, how different and with such an edge the voice acting is, where you can tell how he's just caught up and tortured by his own rage in a way that he has overcome by the end of Act 4. And how, now that we've seen him with the light radiating from him at the end of Act 4, we can tell that all of that darkness radiating from him is not intrinsic to him, but rather something that he's caught up and bound up in himself, like the nature of suffering, like contingency, like all of these conflicts to which we submit our identities, but from which we can be liberated, as the gang has done for him. Yeah, Grail, I clocked that too this time, the personification of death. That was pretty cool. It almost put me in mind of some of the later, like, more metaphysically powerful Kramels that we learn about in Tales of Eternia. Like, oh, is there a Lord of Death? Is there, like, another glyph hanging out somewhere with more power than any of the elemental ones? Definitely adds a certain theatricality to that last conversation. Yeah, Pottery, I almost feel like that Richard doesn't join the battle, to me, does a good job of, like, representing through gameplay, or in this case lack of gameplay, how much effort it took for him to resist Lambda, this being with whom he had so fully fused in the first place. Like, I really feel like seeing him crumpled on the ground there, and from the fact that he can't participate in battle, that took all his effort just to say no to Lambda at all, and that was kind of the gift that the party gave him, the ability to reject Lambda. So it would be cool if he could join the fight, but I'm satisfied with the explanation as to why he wouldn't, if that makes sense. Oh, you certainly did. I think you said that in the very first stream about the cycle of violence, Grail. That was actually something I had in mind when I was talking about some of the different themes that I feel are unified by this idea of understanding the essence of conflict and how to liberate our identities and self-concepts from it from the beginning. I think that definitely runs deep and touches that theme that I have in mind in so many places. Oh yeah, adding someone else to the party in kind of a Xenoblade Chronicles 3 styled finale. That would be cool to see. No, for sure. It's an interesting idea, especially like even, you know, it would be cool. Now I'm going to get too excited about it, but that's why we took the time to go back and do this. If it's something that is only possible after you've done the fourth act and come back to confront Lambda now, like helping Richard work through all of his own feelings for and guilt about Lambda in Lineage and Legacies, then makes it possible for him to have the resolve to stand up to Lambda back at that earlier point. That feels like something that would be pretty cool and pretty Tales of Graces F. I would enjoy that. Oh, I had another thought too, but I think it's contagious, the forgetting of thoughts. No, I remembered it. Really interesting too, and let's keep this in mind through the rest of this. Now that we have the kind of good ending outcome of seeing Sophie merge with that last abandoned little queen out of a gesture of hope and faith and mutual support and getting her to believe in a dream, seeing the contrast between that and the hateful myopic and solipsistic fusion of Richard and Lambda. Really interesting to see those two images of people coming together in a game that is so concerned with friendship and bonds between people. Because I think just having both of those in your mind at once, to me, shows how fragile and difficult a thing it can be to really develop a relationship where we can help each other figure out who we really want to be in an additive way that supports each other's identities, rather than feeling as if we're supporting someone and taking them in, but really in this kind of self-destructive and self-serving way that just undermines both of us and creates more conflict. Like Lambda thinking foolishly that he'll be able to put an end to suffering by just becoming the ultimate antagonist and killing everyone, when of course that accomplishes nothing. But Sophie and Little Queen becoming the guardian of everyone's dreams and a future legacy accomplishes everything. I think is very, very cool. Yeah, having the three main friends, that would definitely hit. It's a great point. Yeah, I think that's a great point about the monotone Grail. It might even be a good way of showing how they kind of merge together and flatten each other in terms of the potential variety that they can bring to the world and diversity of their various identities and various aspects of themselves. Like they reduce, whereas Sophie and the Little Queen, when they synthesize, are additive and supplement each other. I like that. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. And I think I know you're harsher on Richard and Lambda than I am, but I think if you read their voice acting, even like hearing in my head the end of Act 4 versus what we just heard, I do feel like their tonal variety opens up a bit in the fourth act in a way that further reinforces what you're talking about with the monotone as a choice, reinforcing what they're wrestling with at this point. All right, so still happy with the party. Let's see what the next fully realized version of Lambda has to offer us. Lambda Theos. Theos just meaning deity in ancient Greek, I believe. Where we get the root for theology. Words like that, of relating to God or the study of God. So he's ascended in a way, if we're to understand it that way, because first he was Angelus, so like he was some kind of angelic entity or harbinger of the end, whereas now he's presumably the deity who would have authority over angels. So we've basically helped him to become a god by absorbing that much Eleth and have that kind of authority over the world. Oh yeah, let's see what level he is. 120? Okay. I feel like maybe we could have left it at normal, but I say that we would probably get our asses handed to us, but it feels easy for what it's worth, so far at least. Oh, look, we get a different description too. Lambda, who has obtained terrifying power by absorbing the Eleth of the zone cage. Short, sweet, and to the point. Yeah, that's right. The set of the gods, right? The deities plane, so to speak. Although I guess now they have Norse gods and Egyptian gods and many other gods, but originally it was the plane of the gods. In a similar vein to what we were saying about Richard potentially joining after Act 4, there's a part of me that you all know too well at this point who really wishes something cool and unexpected and cinematic would happen if you used Asbel's Excel finality against Lambda at this point. Like get them to see each other across the reaches of space and time and understand each other spiritually in a way that they don't even at the culmination and resolution of Act 3. That would be pretty cool. That's interesting, Grail. Have you said, is there a reason that you read Lambda in your head as 11? I don't remember that from our discussion of Lambda's name, but my memory might be failing me. I'm not going to stop to explain it again, Grail. The last time you dragged me on that, I was very clear about making precise what I meant and why I don't think it's a reach in the way that you think it's a reach. And I also think, knowing you, you're probably just half trolling me at this point. But we can talk about it more after this if you want to, because I think there remains a lot to recommend it in terms of bringing out different color to the game. I'm also worried, like Grail said, just about having turned the difficulty down too much, because I'm really hopeful he has something like a new Mystic Art that we can see him use. And I hope that still procs on easy. But we'll see. He's only just now at a little under half health, so maybe it'll start proccing now. Come on, use a Mystic. Give us something. Oh, this is the same one as before, though. Still great, but we know that one all too well. Oh, I see. Yeah, that'll do it. I think you did mention that at the time. I just forgot. That's the thing that's kind of maddening to me about this post-game content, though, is sometimes, like right now, this does feel, I would say, too easy. But then on something like Solomus, it was like I couldn't conceive of how to get through it without lowering the difficulty. And this fight is gated behind Solomus, so that balance is a little unexpected to me. Well, there you go. So I guess slightly too easy is better for the vibe on this stream than truly impossible. That's fair. Oh, it's the same one. What was I doing? I got distracted. I was distracted because I was thinking about all the different things they could add to this fight, and I found myself missing at moments like this when so many interesting things have happened in the narrative between now and when we were last here. All of the great within-battle dialogue that you get in a game like Tales of the Abyss. And I feel like for all of the great character relationships in Tales of Grace's F, it's a prime candidate for that kind of in-battle conversation. So I guess I don't know that would take points away from it being a perfect game in the sense that I've talked about, but I do feel like, you know, if they were to do a final mix that added some more in-battle conversation, that would only support a lot of what we've come to love about it. Oh yeah, I thought it seemed kind of familiar from Fodra Queen Grail, so I'm glad that wasn't just me losing my mind. It is interesting that they both have access to very similar stuff. Maybe in a sense he was more directly sourced from like the core and the technology derived from the essence of Fodra by the Amarcians than later innovations and developments. Well, that kind of spam I'm more than happy to not have to deal with. I didn't, but it doesn't surprise me, Grail. It seems like the kind of art that could.
You think you have won? No, you are mistaken. I cannot be defeated.
One of our favorite lines from the game, and I would say that definitely holds up for me. One with Oblivion. All right, a new trophy. One with Oblivion. That's an interesting one to pop. I don't use my PS3 menus enough. Is it easy to see what the trophy was? Because I'm just interested in seeing the description of it. It's too much faff right now, but I'll look that up and I'll tell you because I'm really interested in I mean, we've talked before how I'm interested generally speaking in how trophies can act as a like hypertext to the narrative and add more layers of meaning onto it, and especially at this point when we're reaching like the final iteration of the boss that ties so much of this together. Really interested in how they describe it. Well, notice he doesn't die, but also mark the words of that line in relation to what I was talking about at the beginning. I cannot be defeated, right? And while he's saying that in the sense of there's no way you'll ever be able to stop me, I think that's one of those lines that is esoteric in the sense of having a hidden meaning that we can only really understand and appreciate once we've worked through the rest of the story and what it's trying to teach us, because it's also true that the right way in which to interact with and actually save Lambda is not to defeat him, but actually to reconfigure the relationship with him and let go of the idea of him as an enemy, as an antagonist, and simply see him unconditionally as this entity that is intrinsically worthy of acknowledgement. Is something that is much clearer, of course, now after we've been through all the other motions of the plot than the first time around when we were here.
Is it all over?
Look at that! The Lost Talia is absorbing all the Eleth! The Lost Talia will soon return to its former state. And then in time, the Valkanists will also regain their Eleth.
So the world will be back to normal.
Lambda's completely fading away! So if he doesn't have energy to leech, will he just, like, disappear? No, he won't.
So this is interesting. I don't want to annotate this too much, but I want to annotate it a little because how about those faces on the party members, by the way? One thing that's also interesting to me now that we have the context of having released all of the Eleth that Solomus was tying up to keep away from Lambda. So now, ostensibly, that Eleth, which has gone from the Fossilos, has now also, it was absorbed by Lambda, but now it's being released into the core, and it's going to be redistributed to the Valkanus Krios, the three across the world. And so it might also be one of those cases, which I think speaks to the idea of harmony in the game and rebalancing things by sorting through and letting go of all these different conflicts that we find across time and space and different eras, that now that we have fully worked through all of the ramifications and conditioned aspects of the world that were dependent on Lambda, the world is actually getting back its full wellspring of energy. And so I think that gives us reason to believe that a lot of the energy shortages and imbalances that we witnessed in our original journey between the different nations now have the potential to actually be resolved, where there is more energy, strictly speaking, to go around now than there was before. And so a kind of harmony might be possible that had been mitigated exactly because of this clutching on to suffering and the conditioned aspects of the world that Lambda and everyone else is so bound up in until our journey resolves it. It's easy mode is definitely a different vibe, Grail. It's like the story I've told of Demon Souls before, where I relished the luck glitch because it's the only time I felt like a god in a Miyazaki game.
If we do nothing more, he will fall into sleep, and someday he will regain his power. No. But we've come so far. There's gotta be something we can do.
Sophie?
That too, that's a little microcosm of the cycle of death and rebirth and what it takes to actually move beyond it that we've seen and talked about in so many other aspects of the game, but I can't believe it wasn't obvious to me before. What Sophie exactly just said, if we let Lambda go, he'll just come back to life later on, and this will all happen again. This entire cycle of suffering will just reconstitute itself, and everyone will grasp, and the wars will be renewed, and nothing will have changed. And what is the resolution of the story that we're about to see? It's that Asbel actually gives Lambda a different way to make sense of himself and his relationship to the world, and so he can step outside of that clinging to conflict as a way of justifying his isolation from and destruction of everyone else, and thereby stepping out of the cycle, finding peace, finding enlightenment, finding all of those Buddhist things that are available once you step outside of samsara and the cycle of death and rebirth and suffering.
Sophie, wait. Don't sacrifice yourself for this.
Thank you. Thank you, my friends. Being with you has made me happier than you know. But now, I want to protect your home. I want to protect your future. And you.
No, don't! You promised you wouldn't do this!
Even if I disappear, a little part of me will still remain inside all of you. But that is no different than you dying. It will be like the time I distributed my particles to save your lives. Except this time, I won't ever see you again. But in a way, we will still be together.
No! Don't! Don't do this! I told you, I won't let you die!
Asbel!
Stay back!
What do we do? No! Asbel, please! No!
Don't do this! It's okay. I won't let him absorb me. I'm going to find out if all he wants is to live!
Asbel, no!
So notice too the three-step progression from Lambda and Richard to Lambda and Asbel to Sophie and Little Queen, going from I'm going to possess you and claim you and take your body and we'll be one thing, to I won't let him possess me, we'll have a conversation as two equals, to then I'm going to actually effect a positive fusion between you and myself so that we can become something that's the form of growth that we both desire, which wouldn't be possible without one another. Kind of moving to an enlightened version of that fusion that Lambda grasped at without understanding and purely out of his sense of suffering in the base game.
Where am I?
We are in a shared mind space. It is a neutral place that belongs to neither you nor I.
That voice. Lambda.
I will expel you from this place and seize control of your mind space. And eventually, your body will come under my full and complete control. In exchange for becoming my vessel, I will permit you a place in my mind so that you might witness the birth of this new world. This This process will allow the world to become whole again. This process will make me complete.
That's interesting too. I missed that the first time. So actually Lambda, like his threat to Asbel is to give Asbel exactly the same thing that Asbel uses to save Lambda ultimately, as we see at the end of the scene. So Lambda says, I'll give you a place in my mind so you can bear witness to the world I'm going to make. And how is it that Asbel actually comes to heal Lambda and give Lambda a different sense of his place in the world and what he can accomplish? It's by giving Lambda a place in his mind and letting Lambda bear witness to everything that's possible in the world. When you have a different disposition towards it and are open to it.
Complete?
Never again will anyone be permitted to cause me pain. I have been pursued for my entire life, and this process will grant me peace. I will finally be able to rest.
What's happening?
That voice.
Asbel,
Richard, you must stay still.
is he... Has he been taken over?
I don't know. We've been hearing two voices for a while now. One of them is definitely Asbel, but the other one is probably...
Lambda.
I think that Sophie allows us to hear them somehow.
Curses. He is probably trying to take over Asbel's mind. I hate to admit it, but Lambda responded most strongly to my feelings of anger and resentment. I thought that meant we understood each other, that we could help each other. But in the end, our mutual feelings caused far more harm than good. However, in Asbel's case...
Asbel.
So those visions we saw were your memories, right?
Did you enjoy watching my painful past? Was it satisfying to see your enemy suffer?
I took no satisfaction in seeing your pain. I'm not like that. I know that. Your past was filled with terrible things. But that's no reason for you to do this. That's why.
You overcame your pain, so I should be able to overcome mine. Is that what you're trying to say? Human beings are cruel and greedy creatures, but above all, arrogant. You pretend to care for those who suffer, while in fact looking down upon them. Do not try to sway me, human. I know your thoughts better than even you do.
It's true I don't know my own thoughts very well, but to be honest, you're doing an even worse job than me this time. I didn't say anything about you overcoming your pain alone, did I? Some things require the help of others. So if we join forces and work together, we can accomplish anything. I truly believe that.
Work together? Really? Only foolish humans fall for such pathetic words.
You're right, you know. It's true. Human beings can be pathetic. And me? Well, I'm about as human as they come. But we're more than that. We can be so much more than that. And you know it's true. Misunderstandings led to tragedy. And that in turn led to even greater tragedies. Is continuing with that cycle what you want to do with your life? Behind all the tragedy lies your sadness. And the actions that you took because of that sadness, only made you even more alone. Cornell wanted more for you. He didn't bring you up just to make you suffer.
Cornell told me to live, even though I'm not human, and even though I can't maintain a human form.
I'm just one person. I can't tell you what it means to live. However, I do know this. Cornell wanted more than anything to show you as much of the world as he could. He wanted you to learn, and he wanted you to live. I know you've learned nothing but pain and sadness so far, and I'm sorry. But there's so much more the world has to offer. That's the world Cornell wanted you to see. I know that's what he wanted for you.
The world he wanted me to see.
Come on, Lambda. Let's you and I go see what the world has to offer. We can be as one, and you can see the world through my eyes.
I would consume you. In time, your space would fade and disappear.
You won't consume me.
It is inevitable. No human can resist me.
I'll take that chance. We'll see if I get taken over or not. You can add that to your list of things to observe.
How can you make such an offer? You could destroy me and end your troubles. So then why?
We can't destroy you without destroying Sophie as well. And besides, I have something to prove. I want you to know that humans have potential. I'll help you to understand how terrible it would be to end this world. It's not worth it. You still have so much left to learn. Now, take my hand.
And if I refuse?
Then, I guess I'll take your hand. Doesn't matter who reaches out. What matters is that the other accepts.
So you really intend to coexist with me? The moment you lapse and your guard goes down, I will absorb all that it means to be you.
Well, in that case, then I guess my guard would just have to stay up.
Very well. Then from this point forward, it will have to be a battle between the two of us.
All right. If you insist. I'm ready whenever you are.
I think I've talked for too long. Or perhaps I've finally reached my limit. Asbel, I think I'm going to sleep for a while.
Lambda. Oh no, his light is fading. No, wait! You can't just disappear! Don't go, Lambda! There are still so many amazing things left for you to do! Do you hear me? You can't just end it like this! Not when you're so close! You have to see! I have to make you see! Lambda! You must live on!
Something else that stood out to me during this rewatch of that conversation, which I love, and honestly, it's one of those great iconic Tales scenes where I feel every time I watch it, I see it a little differently and I focus on different lines. But given our conversations about the way in which title assignment ties into conditioned and narrow aspects of our identity, it was really salient to me when Lambda was talking about, oh, humans, they put on affectations and act as if they care about those who are different than them and those who are suffering, but it's all an act. It's just a mask they wear. Something that you could imagine being a very relatable, cynical perspective based on the way in which, through the game, again, we've been assigning all of these very limited titles based on little snapshots of these people's experience in order to cultivate different abilities in them. And so, yeah, Asbel might put on the title of Lord of Lant, and, to someone who's just looking at him from the outside, it might look a lot like Asbel's dad did to Asbel, right? Someone who's just playing a role very disingenuously and masking his true feelings by just focusing on how he presents to particular people with a particular agenda and limited conception of himself. But of course, once you go out and see the world and live and embody these experiences, as we've done through the game with all of these characters, you see that almost has it backwards, where the way in which those titles crystallize and hypostatize, which is a philosopher's word for basically making something real or conceptually heavy out of something that has no reality to it, like an abstract concept, is by going through the world and having these different experiences and then having the titles as a kind of name tag or description of those experiences. But really, the work of kind of deconstructing and coming to know yourself is not just by looking at and seeing those titles as the end-all descriptor of your identity, but using them as ways to kind of move beyond them and understand, by getting a whole mess of titles and having a bunch of different experiences, how whatever there is to Asbel, he isn't, any single title or any single part of his identity. They're all just too numerous and discrete to capture anything that he really is. And at the bottom, once you see that through all the bonds that everyone has made and all of their friendships, what do you get? You get Buddhism. You get this kind of shared mind space, or the unity between Little Queen and Sophie at the climax of the fourth act, where they really recognize, there's no distinction between any of us. But that's the cure to suffering. That's the end to conflict. It's understanding that there is no distinction, and we can all recognize ourselves as, different faces of this single aspect that is existence. So I think working through all those different little mechanics and representations within the game helps to see how lines that, again, might seem superficial just looking at that conversation, like classic endgame JRPG conversation, high-minded philosophy, whatever, actually tie in quite specifically to what this game is concerned with and how it wants its characters to help each other find their way out of these cycles of suffering and conditioned attachment to the world.
Huh? The voice has stopped.
Is Lambda gone? My friend, come on.
You gotta wake up! Asbel. All right! Oh, thank goodness.
Asbel.
Yeah.
Asbel, are you all right? We heard you talking to Lambda, so is he gone or what?
Sophie, what are you doing?
Something's different. This reaction is new.
So then does that mean he's gone?
I don't... No, Sharia, I don't think so. I can't destroy this Lambda. This Lambda doesn't need to be destroyed.
What does that mean? I don't understand.
Lambda said he was going to sleep. He's just asleep for a little while.
So, that means Sophie doesn't have to sacrifice herself anymore, right?
Right. All right, guys. Let's go home. Time for us to go. Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Lambda, I hope you're watching. We have so much to show you.
Look! King Richard is here! Men, go and help those soldiers over there! Yes, sir! Behind us! Watch out!
Your Highness!
Sharia, what are you doing here?
I was heading to Fendel when I heard you arrived. Here, let me heal your wounds, okay?
I'll be all right. Please, just go and help the others.
Yes, Richard. Just hold still. I'll fix you right up, okay?
This is all my doing. I must make amends. I can't stand still. Not any longer. Not when there is so much left to be done. All right. Spread out, men. We must secure the area. Yes, sir! Thank you. Everyone.
Come on, Pascal. It's time. You haven't left this place in over a week. Yeah, I guess this is the only way. We just can't seem to raise this Balkanus's output no matter what we do. So the out is as difficult to extract as you thought? Looks like we can't go any higher without risking an explosion. I thought I could use the steam from hot water to power the machinery, but it didn't work out. We can't produce enough steam to make the thing function like I wanted it to. Oh, hey, Fourier! Researching the Valkanus again, I see. Yeah. Pascal, how long has it been since you've had a bath? I don't know. A week or something? Pascal, that's gross! What did I do? You are a girl, for crying out loud. You're supposed to bathe. And even if you weren't a girl, going a week without a bath is just disgusting. want you to bathe more often. Always hot water around. You're a genius! Oh my gosh, Fourier! That's it! We can set this up so people can bathe in the water boiled by the Valkanists! No, wait! We can let them use it for heat and for boiling their water! So, if there were pipes running to their houses and stuff... Okay, that should do for a rough draft. Now I just have to build the thing. Sorry, Fourier, but I don't think I'm gonna have time to take a bath until this is... Oh, yeah! That's it! You're taking a bath right this instant! Wasilla, help me! I don't know, Pascal. I think I'd turn myself in if I were you. You're not getting away from me this time! Get back here before I toss you into the kettle!
Well done in there, Captain Malik.
Thanks, Hubert.
Oh no, the thanks belong to you. That was a very productive meeting.
Well, since I'm Fendel's new ambassador, I'm only doing my job.
I must say, Pascal's idea really threw me for a loop there. Pumping warm water to all of Fendel's homes and using it for heat. It's so simple, and yet so elegant. I'm sure it will serve the people well. You'll be overseeing the entire project, correct?
Yeah, it'll be pretty dangerous work. Fendel is now a freer, happier country than I could ever have imagined. We still have many challenges ahead of us, but there's no doubt that things are improving every day.
Captain Malik, I think we're seeing the dawn of a new age.
You're late, Asbel.
Sorry about that, Sophie. I couldn't get away. Come on, don't look at me like that. I'm not that late.
Look down. On the ground.
Look down? Oh!
Be careful. Don't step on them.
Oh, come on. You've got a ton of these. One little flower won't...
Melchior has entered the chat.
Sorry.
Don't you dare crush even one of them.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry about that. I'll be more careful. So, how's the Blossom Gale coming along?
They're almost ready. The Sulfarias have been growing for a while now.
So it's time? You know, you really did a great job with this garden. There isn't a spare inch of dirt left.
I don't want to just plant here, Asbel. I want to plant in lots of places.
Oh, hey, hold on. At that rate, the world will be nothing but Sulfarias.
I had this dream. It's kind of silly, but... I dreamt I was riding in a huge blossom gale, and we went to a beautiful meadow where I fell asleep. But then, when I woke up, I was an adult. I wasn't a child anymore.
You woke up an adult?
I wonder if I'll ever grow up.
Yeah, I think you will. But hey, what do you guys think? Sulfarius?
Oh, the Sulfarias are... The lights are fading.
No way! Don't give up. Come on.
Hey, look! It's happening! How pretty.
Yeah, it sure is.
I wonder where they'll end up. What do you think, Asbel?
Who knows? Maybe they'll fly all across the world.
All across the world?
If you haven't gone back in your gaming to replay the final confrontation of a game after you put in the time to go and do all the side content, whether that looks like an extra act or post-game stuff or what have you, I really encourage you to do that, especially with long, elaborate, story-oriented games like the Tales ones, because I do really think, at least for me, but I hope it translates to other people, you really do, after experiencing the ending for the first time, see it differently both when you know it's coming, but also once you've then invested more time in seeing and understanding the world and everything it has to offer in light of that ending. But then especially in something like Tales of Graces, which is so concerned with the idea of retracing your steps and seeing it from a different perspective and acquiring so many perspectives that you can start to point at the essential nature of things free from any particular vantage point from which we see them. I think it can be such a rewarding exercise, and it certainly, for what it's worth, does not feel to me like a rewatch or a replay of what we did way back in December when we first played the conclusion of Act 3. It feels like something materially different in all the ways that we were talking about. I was thinking too, it's really interesting to me to go back to that confrontation with Lambda after what we went through with Solomus in the EX dungeon and think about that in comparison with Fodra Queen, because we went from this intimate conflict between two individuals, Asbel and Lambda, Asbel and Richard, these people who had turned their back on the world, and calling them back to the possibility of friendship and understanding that the world and existence can be something other than these contingent relationships of antagonism and conflict that we've been talking about, to then confronting the nature of the world and this picture of like the collected consciousness of the natural world, doubting that humans can be anything besides conflict. And we used the power of people believing in and recognizing themselves in each other's dreams to show how humans can advance and achieve the kind of progress that humans always pursue without antagonizing each other, rather actually by harmonizing with one another, like Sophie does with the Little Queen. So showing the planet that there's a possible human stance towards the world other than conflict. And then to go back to the post-game, and especially to that EX dungeon with Solomus, this further thought that I had was, it's interesting to me that we see Lambda threatening to destroy the world, and at first blush, as we're going through Act 3, we can find ourselves thinking, well, since Lambda has become this kind of godlike entity that's just threatening to destroy everything, the only way to resolve that is by getting Lambda to give up the fight and let go of that. And if Lambda does, like he does at the end of Act 3, then everything is solved, everything is fine. And I think the post-game that we have with Solomus, to me, is a really interesting extension that kind of synthesizes that conflict we're embroiled in the base game with that more global perspective that you get in Lineage and Legacies with talking to the soul of the planet herself, to recognize, when someone becomes like an enemy of the world and when someone instigates a conflict, it's not enough to make them let go of the conflict, because the entire community that they've antagonized has had to figure out how to reconfigure itself to deal with that conflict. We see Phocelos and the entire satellite defense system of the world being armed and ready to suck up all the Eleth and eradicate everything before the party gets there, in response to Lambda and the threat that Lambda has created. So I think it's a really cool way of saying, look, you want to deal with conflict, resolve conflict? It's all well and good to recognize that people can take this positive stance towards one another and not have to take up conflict. But once they've put themselves in a conflict-driven relationship with someone else, you can't just force the instigator to let go of it. You also have to see the person whom they've instigated against and ask them to let go of it. You have to make the guardians of the world, like Solomus, understand that they can let go of this conflict and that Lambda isn't something they have to be primed against, so that both sides can release that and make possible a different, more harmonious kind of future of the sort that we see in this post-credit scene here.
Once there was a young boy who discovered a lost seed. He planted it in his yard, and he took care of it every day. Over time, the lost seed grew up and blossomed into a beautiful flower. What do you think happened to the seed after that? It turned into a bright, shining star that watched over everyone. This was its way of thanking the boy who had been so very kind to it. Which star was it? Well, it's the one we all know best. Our favorite star of all.
And again, one of those amazing scenes, and I'm so glad we're now seeing it for a third time, because, like I pointed out, after seeing it at the end of Act 4, you can really attribute what Sophie is saying to the way in which that person was nurtured and became a star to any single person on that tree, or indeed in the spirit of the point that is made throughout the game, but also in that last shot of all of the flowers and petals from the Sopherias and the Blossom Gale at the end of Act 3, you can make the point of anyone in the game, or indeed anyone in the cosmos, because once you're able to take this enlightened stance towards empowering others in a way that isn't contingent on conflict, but rather supports dreams that point to the fundamental unity between people, anyone can blossom and become a star that constitutes one part of this beautiful whole, in the way that I think the game really just beautifully teaches. It's something that has been on my mind about the series since the analysis that I published of Tales of Vesperia and Tales of Destiny Grail, because you might or might not remember, one of the things that I talk about in that study is that if you think about the different ways in which entries in the series make sense of history, one thing that's pretty cool about Tales of Vesperia is that it's not just that the world is dealing with chaos and making sense of the chaos around it, but history itself is this kind of chaotic thing where, even more so than the average Tales game, no one really knows what happened, even in the relatively recent past, and a lot of the stories about the history of the world are embedded in fairy tales, and as a player and as a party member, you oftentimes find yourself making sense of what it is that you want to do and how you're going to do it based on your understanding of a fairy tale rather than the fact of the matter about what happened in the past, because that fact of the matter isn't accessible to you. And I think Tales of Vesperia wants to tell us the fact of the matter isn't really the point. It's more about the story that you tell of, what's happened, how you want to relate to it, and what you're going to do next, right? And I think we've been talking a lot, especially over the last few streams, about how all these games have different really interesting perspectives towards history, like we were also talking about in the chat. And I think something that is cool about that, and that I am noticing more now, to your point, Grail, is that in a lot of the storytelling that happens within the games, it does oftentimes come down to something like a fairy tale, or some interestingly similar quasi-fictional, quasi-mythical sort of storytelling. So think about like the storyteller in Tales of Symphonia. Think about even something like the score could maybe be represented in this way, depending on how broad or narrow you want to go with it. Certainly, like we were talking about in the chat, Tales of Hearts, all about fairy tales and how we make sense of history through fairy tales, at least through what I've played of it so far. And remember, go back to Tales of Zestiria and Berseria, because this is something that I'm pretty sure I'll be touching on in my analysis of that. I thought that going through to a submenu would stop that from happening. But Berseria and Zestiria, both based on people trying to make sense of what they want to do in the world and how they want to shape the world in relation to a story of how things went in the past. Soray with the Earthen Historia and kind of the Arthurian mythology that comes with that, and Artorias and the Abbey with the myth of Innominat. And the book telling the history of Innominat, which is largely inspired and based in the Kojiki and the story of Yamato no Orochi, like we talked about during that stream. So I think that's a big part of what has me drawn to these games. Oh, we were thinking about Trials of Graces. That's what I wanted to look at. I've talked about why is the series called Tales of Praxis, right? It's because I think these games have an incredibly sophisticated read on what it takes to make sense of our identity in the world in a way that gives us clear reasons and motive for acting in the way that shapes a future that we want and that we believe in for ourselves and our communities. How do we call ourselves to action? It's a very complicated question, but it's at the core of what it is to be human, and I think it's at the core of these games as well. And I think a big way in which they do that across such vast stories that span huge swaths of crucial moments in the history of these worlds is by asking the question, how do we make sense of facts about what happened and what people beyond ourselves did? How do events turn into history, turn into lore, turn into legend? And when we think about how we're deciding to make our own actions, how can we think about them with an eye to the stories that have been told about the past, the actual past, and the stories that we want to be part of in the future, right? Especially in something like, say what you will about Dawn of the New World. I think there's a lot to recommend it. You also know, if you're a Tales fan, it's a controversial game for a lot of reasons, but it's great because it turns Tales of Symphonia into this wonderful study of characters who do the whole JRPG hero arc of radically changing the world and learning a lot about themselves along the way. And then by the time Dawn of the New World comes around, just like a year and a half later, already that story that you played with them in Tales of Symphonia has become something pretty directly of a fairy tale, and in fact the fairy tale and founding myth that serves as the introduction to Dawn of the New World, voiced over by Kratos, right? So I think there's a ton of interplay between the actions that we actively bring about based on our role as the player in these games, the history that we only understand through what's shown to us in the game and has to be excavated in the world that happened before we got there as players, and how all of that mutates and evolves over time into something that can become more of a hermeneutic apparatus for making sense of what we want to do, and that is more of a fiction than any account of what actually happened at the time, the sort of fairy tale or mythology or whatever term that you want to put to it. So yes, I do think that there's a ton of weight to thinking about where activity stops and history begins, and then history stops and fairy tale or storytelling more broadly begins in all of these games. And Graces, I think, is no exception. If anything, I think one of the interesting things that sets it apart, in the spirit of what you were saying, Grail, is that in a lot of the examples that I just mentioned, the fairy tale or the myth is either explicitly what introduces the game, or else is a kind of storytelling device along the journey that helps characters figure out what they need to discover about the world next. Like, oh, I heard this story. Now I need to figure out how true it is. Or maybe there really is a place in the world that corresponds to this fairy tale. Think of, again, like the storyteller is a great example of this, right? Smack dab in the middle of Symphonia, you learn something about the lore of the world that turns everything on its head, right? And then you have to deal with the repercussions of that. Whereas in Tales of Grace's F, the fairy tale is almost the reward or the conclusion at the end. It's something that completely inverts the structure of introducing the story with the myth of the goddess or something like that, because you start in a very, to use our favorite word in the Tales of Graces stream, intimate setting of just a slice of life adventure for these kids who are living in this little town. And it's only after hundreds of hours of journeying through the world and having all of these experiences and learning the moral and existential and spiritual lessons that the game wants to teach us and that their lives have taught them, that then a fairy tale crystallizes as a way of basically passing that journey and that communal knowledge on to the next generation, as we crucially learn in Lineage and Legacies, right? That is itself, like, the fairy tale is not just a way of us remembering the game, it's very directly, I think the game wants us to believe, a way of Sophie living on and perpetuating Asbel's dream, this dream of tending to the flowers of the community and helping everyone to thrive by passing on his legacy and everything that he's learned to his direct and indirect descendants, but quite direct descendants in the case of Sophie, merged with Little Queen, because remember, crucially, they're both still there in that last scene with Asbel and Cheria's descendant of, some nth generation. Right. Yeah, so I love that. I think I stand by what I was saying about this being a perfect game from the perspective of what it wants to tell us, the story that it wants to share, and how it gives us those experiences. And yeah, I mean, there are so many themes, there are so many things to continue pulling apart, but I think that idea of within a story, which by definition, in terms of what constitutes a story, has to be driven by conflict. How can we tell a story that gives us the theoretical resources to move beyond conflict itself and think about different relationships in which people can stand to one another that actually give them better access to the fundamental nature of someone's identity, and can break down the barriers of perceived but illusory distinction between people in the way that makes possible the actual harmony and unity of purpose between Sophie and Little Queen at the end of Act 4. I think that's really powerful. I think the more I'm thinking about it tonight, it feels like it also points to what we were saying with the post-game in Act 4, where we found ourselves drawn to these characters in a way that we simply wanted to spend more time with them because we'd gotten to know them, like I was saying at the beginning of this stream, independent of any particular role in the story that they served. And so we just wanted to be around them more and enjoy just their company and their personality. And I think the fact that this game over 130 hours was able to cultivate that feeling in us is itself, to me, the strongest evidence that it succeeded in doing exactly what its story expresses as its message, this directive to look beyond the role of people in particular conflicts and in these protagonistic, antagonistic dual relationships of distinction, and instead just think about what it is to inhabit a shared space with people, right? It's so funny thinking about that conversation with Lambda and Asbel in that final dialectical confrontation after the final fight, because, Lambda says almost like a threat, setting the terms of engagement with Asbel. He says, we're in a shared mind space. It doesn't belong to either of us. And when we're done, I'm going to take over your mind space. But I feel like in a similar way to how Lambda has fused with Richard, but misunderstood the positive reasons to combine with someone else, I think Lambda there too speaks kind of a deep and important truth without realizing it and misdirecting the use of it. This idea that when we're able to move beyond conflict and actually see ourselves independent of any particular titles or attachments, just in relation to one another and see what each other values and help to support those shared values and dreams, then we can inhabit and recognize this kind of shared existential space, this world and this cosmos that we all collectively constitute without distinction. And in that sense, harmonize with everyone in the sense that we're all part of this single unity of existence that does not belong to any of us and yet is a part of all of us, in the spirit of that shared mind space to which Lambda refers. I hadn't thought about that when I heard him refer to it the first time, but I think it's important. It has been a journey. Oh, there you go. And we beat the number of the Berseria streams by a single one. I think when it comes down to an hour count, we beat it by quite a bit more than that, not least of which because I also did the grinding off stream, which I certainly didn't do for Berseria. But yes, I'm kind of in a similar space, Grail. I mean, I guess obviously I'm not at a loss for what to say because I could keep talking about this forever, but I think it's something like what I was saying at the beginning of the stream in terms of how we think about game analysis in general with A Terrible Fate. We want to deconstruct and study and talk about the experiences we have in these games that do honor to them and only better crystallize and inspire our passion in them rather than sanitizing all of the emotional experiences that we have. And so for all of the structure that I'm trying to put around this epic journey that we had together, and I think it is important to try to give us guideposts to try to scaffold, a single meaning or insight or even just frame of reference for this entire journey. I think it is also important to do honor to the idea that like the very best of JRPGs, and I would say like the very best of the Tales series, this gave us an experience that in a certain sense I think is beyond words. Mystic traditions, basically all of them, talk about the idea that there are certain kinds of insight and understanding that you can only achieve through these sorts of esoteric practices like meditating and unpacking the inner meaning of words and texts that is not literally there, but can be seen in sort of non-linear and spiritual ways, and that those kinds of understanding are, in a foundational sense, unspeakable because they cannot be captured or explained in words or in a verbal form at all. They rather have to be felt. We need to resonate with the world beyond us in order to grasp those things. And I think that games like this, in terms of the breadth and depth and variety of experiences that they give us on that kind of spiritual journey, can do something similar where we can point out all of these signposts for helping us to make sense of a single framework for wrapping our arms around these 37 streams we've spent together. But at the end of the day, I think once we've seen those different ways of conceptualizing the game and specifically, and maybe more importantly, our playthrough with it, I think we should allow ourselves just to sit in and appreciate the many emotions that we had and the many more spiritual insights that we can't quite articulate, but that I think all of these characters were bending over backwards to teach themselves, teach each other, and teach us. I mean, I bow in gratitude to Bamco and to the amazing Team Destiny that created this, but also just as much to the characters. Like, I really feel like as much as Asbel reached out and did something transformative and positive to Lambda in that last conversation, and as much as Lambda did that to the Fodra Queen in Act 4, I think the cast as a whole also did something like that to us. I think we can very easily make sense of our playthrough as that kind of Lambda Asbel conversation, with the text kind of engaging us in a similar dialectic and asking us to rethink our place in the world. So that's a sense in which I'm definitely going to carry this with me going forward. I'm not sure exactly what I would want to sit down and write to further analyze about in this game, but I mean, suffice to say, there are myriad possibilities, and it's the kind of text like Tales of the Abyss, like Tales of Berseria, like many other esoteric texts that I think just invite you to go back to them, both in terms of literal playthroughs and in terms of just letting your mind wander back to them to discover new multitudes within them. So I hope that you do that. I'm certainly going to do that too. So even if we're putting it down in terms of the stream, I'm certainly not going to be putting it down in terms of my mind. You wonder why devs don't just add more story to games that do well instead of instantly moving on to the next project. Yeah, we broached this topic a little bit last time, Grail, in terms of given that Tales of Grace's F is a standalone title, would it make sense for it to have a sequel? Is there something that could further be added onto it besides obviously Lineage and Legacies, because it did get an add-on with Act 4, to your point. But yeah, I think the thing that's interesting to me, because I agree with you, I do think there's a bias towards moving on towards new things, and there's a cultural apparatus that makes us want to consume something that's new and fresh all the time. But I think kind of the counterbalance to that, and the really interesting thing that we can do in terms of consciously consuming and interpreting these stories, and developing and creating these stories, if you work in the industry and you're creating something like this, is asking, okay, how can I get to know these characters and these worlds and the ecosystem of the story to understand well enough what is at the heart of what it wants to say, and then how can I use that core insight to infer what the logical boundaries and parameters of the story are? Because I think there are some stories where it makes sense to represent them as a standalone, and any extension would just do violence to what it is that it's trying to say at its heart. Majora's Mask is probably a great example of one of these, as is, I would say, probably more controversially, something like Bloodborne. But then there are other stories where, based on where they leave their characters and what they want to express, it's very easy to bolt on further insights, next steps in that process, something that reinterprets the original work and makes new meaning out of it. Tales of Graces is an obvious example of this because of the the addition of the fourth act and that Lineage and Legacies content that we've been talking about. Tales of Zestiria, an interesting case, because I think you could stand up an interesting argument for it standing on its own, but I also think it's a great case where, like we were talking about with Act 4 in relation to Tales of Berseria, once Berseria has been added, it's almost impossible for me to go backwards and not see those games as two steps of a three-step process to evolving to a place where we can think and act ethically as individuals and communities. But yeah, I think that's a long way of saying it's fun, and it gives me a lot to think about in terms of how we play and negotiate these games, to recognize that stories are not one size fits all. Sometimes they make sense serialized, sometimes they make sense standalone, sometimes 5 hours with a game is enough to make a really compelling point, sometimes you need 60 or 200 hours, right? And I think the more you can actively ask yourself what's the right size for the story as you're playing a game, the more you can come to understand sort of the inner meaning of what it's concerned with in the first place. Oh, no. Well, Grail, I'm catching up on your comments, and I'm going to beat on you for saying that you're more eloquent than that I am more eloquent than you, I should say. I mean, thank you. And I love you, and I appreciate your appreciation of my commentary. But I will also say, since we're, wrapping up the longest adventure in Tales of Praxis so far, it really has, more so than any other of these adventures, reminded me how valuable it is to be working through these as live book clubs in the way that we do. And you will know, and other regulars will know, that I'm so fond of talking about these as adventuring through a JRPG with a real live JRPG party, in reference to everyone who shows up in the chat and contributes, or if you watch the VODs on YouTube and leave a comment, I count you in as well. And if you're lurking and you haven't left a comment or contributed, know that you're always welcome to. There's no barrier to entry. Everyone is welcome, because I really do feel like JRPGs teach you everything you need to know about life, and also about what it takes to read and engage with a text like a JRPG. So look at their parties, right? They're a diversity of individuals who are unified by certain interests, but bring wildly different backgrounds and perspectives to everything that they do. And I think it's so special that we have the opportunity to do that here on Tales of Praxis by working through these games with different gamers who all love the storytelling of games, some of whom know the Tales series, some of whom don't, but who are interested in focusing on and drilling into different things. And I will tell you, Grail, I mean, besides all of the obvious help that you gave with being the navigation system guiding me through this game and making sure that we didn't miss any key side quests or stuff like that, your many call outs of interesting themes and moments and things that we otherwise would have missed meant a lot to the overall structure of what we wrestled with and the different insights that we surfaced, going all the way back to you're talking about overcoming cycles of violence at the very beginning of the playthrough. So I will, you don't have to sing your praises. I will do that for you. And so thank you for that. Yes, they are such lovable characters. I will never tire of saying that. I think Tales, for me, the further I get into this comprehensive treatment of the series, really is, I think, the gold standard for character study driven long form storytelling in video games and interactive literature more broadly. And I think that's almost one of those things, like you're saying, Grail, where you can't say more about it than that. You need to just say that and then tell people to play the games and work through those games with them, because the games show you what it means to come to really know and love and appreciate a character, and also see narrative content and symbolism in them, like I did with my my study of Chester, which you can find on withaterriblefate.com. Depending on how you build the story, there's a limit to how much you can add. Yeah, absolutely. So different stories have different limitations and contours to what it is that they're trying to say. Yeah, I'm 100% with you there. Yeah, I think we talked a little about last time how it might be interesting to think about a Tales of Graces sequel, just because the Fodra Queen implies other planets with other perspectives on how the world ought to be harmonized. But I think it's always an interesting question, especially with Japanese literature. How far can you push the idea of power creep? Where, if you're not familiar with that term from either games or storytelling, it's the idea that as a game continues to develop or a story continues to be pushed into new seasons, all of the threats get slightly stronger every time and slightly bigger scale, to the point that you're fighting entire universes and doing incredibly complex card game maneuvers and stuff like that. And it's interesting to question, like, if you're going to grow a story in that sense, like, what is the outer limit of that? It's not a video game, but I think my favorite example off the top of my head of a story that is about power creep in a really satisfying and JRPG style way is Gurren Lagann. So if you haven't seen that, watch the anime. It's great. It's short. I think it's it will get you thinking about these ideas of how does power creep factor into storytelling, and how can that actually become a source of storytelling value rather than something that is a hindrance or a limitation on storytelling. And it's one of my favorite stories besides. So I invite you to think about that. Grail, you always do your best. You don't need to try, and know that as much as I have said, I am concerned about and wagging my finger about preemptive spoilers for Exilia and Exilia 2. I am also so grateful to have someone who is such a diehard fan of those games specifically in the group as we venture forward to that next Tales duology, which I've never played before. So I know, in fact, that's going to be a lot of fun, and all the better for you. So if you're lurking and you haven't heard, that's what we're doing next. So starting next week at 7 p.m. Eastern on Monday, we're going to be turning our attention to Tales of Exilia, which is going to be so much fun, and I've never played before, and will take us to very different but probably thematically consonant directions to what we found in Tales of Graces and what we've seen in the other games that we've adventured through together. Oh yeah, it'd be fun to talk about your idea for a power creep story. It's a world that I love to play in between all of my like the games that I love to play, card games like Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic, which are victims of mechanical power creep in terms of just game design, but then also stories like Gurren Lagann are great for that. Oh, my dear friends, it's hard to know how to end something like this when you never want it to end, and Tales of Graces, for all the reasons we've talked about, I think is a masterclass in not wanting a story to end. So this is what I'm going to do. We're already an hour over. Grail mentioned Trials of Graces, which are some optional battles that I've never engaged with before. I think I've truly never even loaded them up from the menu, even when I played it back in the day. So I think I'm going to explore those a little bit, depending on how long that takes and how much gas I have in the tank. I might go back and at least try to see the added conversation with Kohaku in the zone cage, just because I'm working through Tales of Hearts right now, and Kohaku/Amber is near and dear to my heart, so I think that'll be fun. So we'll see how much gas I have left in me for the post game stuff. But I think that's a good place and note on which to wrap our overall consideration of this game. I think the only other thing I can say by way of putting a button on it is, like we have talked about on and on with this game, I think a funny thing can happen when you're a fan of a long running series where you come to love it for the things that are recognizable to you and common across a number of the titles in the series, so that you can count on a member in the series as having, this particular character trope and this kind of plot twist and this sort of world design and things like that. But oftentimes I think, at least for me, and as I'm doing this comprehensive study of such a rich and diverse series as Tales, I think you can, funny enough, learn more about the series and what it's concerned with by looking at the entries that are interestingly different or seemingly alienated from the norm in the series, and asking, well, what makes that count as a member of the series? How might that lead me to reconsider what the series as a whole is trying to say in interesting ways? I think Tales of Graces is a game that recommends a lot in that spirit, because it does. It's almost like where other games in the series are concerned with these sorts of epic, historically impactful journeys, in the ways we've been talking about. Certainly a lot of that happens in Tales of Graces, but it's more like quiet portraiture. Like, I think about the little moments and the key scenes in Tales of Graces, and almost always it's unflinching and very heartfelt looks at characters wrestling with very real and very complicated emotions and trying to make sense of themselves. And everything that's happening and changing in the world is always secondary to that, at least almost always. And I think it's fair to say always secondary to that in Tales of Graces. And I think that alone leads me to want to revisit and think about some of the character relationships in the other Tales games, because it's easy, even as they're so character focused, to get those little moments overshadowed by key things that are happening in the plot, or twists about who's on whose side, and things that are more familiar in a lot of the games and in JRPGs more broadly. But I think if you go into them with a Tales of Grace's eye for just paying special attention to those quiet character moments, I think you will find them in all of the other Tales games. That's the magic of going in through Graces and thinking about what it wants to show us, because then it gives us a cool new perspective through which to New Game Plus all the other games. I know I've been a little bit coy about talking about it too much, because I know a lot of people haven't played it, and the more I talk about it or talk around it, the more I want to play it on stream. But I think Tales of Eternia is another great example of this, which is funny because it's one of the earliest entries in the series, but it is also quite standalone, in many ways quite a different flavor than the other titles, but a different flavor in a way that gives you a totally new mode of access to many of these games, which is part of why I've kind of been asking different questions in the games that I've been playing since playing Tales of Eternia, and part of why I'm so excited to be able to talk with you more about that in general. Well, there you go. Grail has made his not-so-secret feelings known about Kohaku. She's a compelling character. The further I get into Hearts, the more I'm interested in her multidimensional aspects. Pottery, Grail reminded me that it's the capstone stream for the longest stream that we've done of a playthrough in Tales of Praxis to date. So he helped me to get over my concerns about ending this one early. So yeah, we've basically given our final reflections on the game. So Pottery, if you have any other thoughts or impressions or things that you want to talk about, so nice to have you back. Let me know if there's anything else that you wanted to add to the conversation. But what I was saying was, yeah, I've said the long and short of my piece for now. I'm sure we'll continue chatting about it as we go on in Tales of Praxis more broadly. But I was saying, I think just because I can't get away from these characters, because that's how the game is designed, I was going to check out these optional battles for a bit, Trials of Graces, just because Grail drew my attention to them, and I've never tried them before. And I figured, we'll see how much gas I have in the tank through that. And I was interested in going back to the zone cage to at least see the extra dialogue from Kohaku, and then kind of call it a day after that. But yes, between the intro discourse and the post discourse on this stream, I think it's safe to say we have done justice to talking through basically everything there is to talk about in Tales of Graces F. And the magic there is, given the kind of game it is and what I've been saying about it, we could always, turn over any single detail in the game and find a million new things to talk about. But hopefully it's been enough to give us some new lenses through which to appreciate this never-ending story of us. All right, I love it. Oh, the gang is all feeling it. That makes me all the happier. All right, well, let's see what this Trial of Graces is about then. Had to make sure my controller was still on. Okay, load up the current data. I truly don't know what to expect. Is it a Colosseum? Is it a whole extra dungeon area? Oh, your roots are in Exilia as an Exilia man. That makes me even more excited for the next stream. I think I kind of implicitly knew you identified that way, Grail, but I don't know that you've explicitly said it, so that's good to know. They need to re-release it on modern consoles with no changes except make Spear Girl playable, of course. I'll tell you, that's half the battle with Tales of Praxis. It's just a long con to get Bamco to push all of the Tales titles to official localizations on modern consoles. So listen to us, Bamco. We love you. We love these masterpieces. We want to make it easier to share and talk about them. Don't make changes, just make them accessible. And make changes insofar as localizing the ones you haven't localized. That's all I can ask. Oh, okay. So it's a bunch of individual missions. So it's kind of like the mission format in Crisis Core is a bad example, but it's the only one that's on the top of my head. Are there interesting, unusual bosses? Oh, we have Cedric and Bryce and Victoria, the Three Musketeers. And two Richards, the Struggle Within. Okay, we have some interesting ones. Lambda, Waking Nightmare. Oh my gosh. Solomus and all three of the Chroma Dragons. Oh, guys, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do these. Well, let's do a few of them and see how far we get. Yeah, the VR simulator from Remake is a much better example. Oh. How do we feel the game's themes are exemplified in the gameplay? I'll start, and then I'll kick the can over to you guys because I'm interested in what you think. But I'll reiterate something that I talked about at the time. I think one of the coolest things to me about the addition of Act 4 was that it added a completely new gameplay mechanic, Excel mode. And I think the idea of that as, especially in the case of Asbel and Lambda, this kind of new ability and way of engaging with the world that was made possible by them teaming up and harmonizing rather than being in conflict with one another, I think was really special. Something that I think I would have liked to see evolve out of that, but to me, this is not saying the game stopped short. It's just saying they had a great idea that's so great it got me thinking about further aspects of it. You'll remember later in the plot of Act 4, when Little Queen attacks the party, Lambda also generates a shield around the party to protect them. And that made me think, oh, it would be so cool as Lambda and Asbel go on their journey further together and better harmonize and learn about each other and what Lambda wants to do positively in the world, if they got further abilities, kind of like in the original Xenoblade Chronicles, the Monado getting different abilities as the story goes forward, and Shulk thinks about different ways in which he wants to interact with the world and protect his friends and all of that. So I loved that combat mechanic so much. It gave me a million ideas for different further things it could do. And I also loved talking about the mechanics, like we talked about with the Excel titles, the fact that accessing Excel mode for all the characters was tied into them supporting and facilitating the relationships of people beyond themselves, which I thought was a great way of showing how it's not just that the characters are getting stronger, it's that they're substantively moving into a different phase of their growth, where they've come to understand what it is to come outside of their own isolated past and history and actually interact with others in a way that is additive and helps other people as much as themselves without creating these false dichotomies of conflict or friction between people. So I think for me, Excel mode in that sense would be the highlight of the combat system in terms of what it contributed. It was great that they each got a new, basically, mystic art tied to the Excel system, since, you know, the mystic art is basically the common like piece of gameplay grammar across the series for characters fully representing their identity within combat. The idea that they've learned something that not just gives them new abilities in battle, but also gives them a new way of expressing the heart of their identity and helping others in that way. And then also just, I mean, little flourishes about the arts that I could talk about forever. Like, I mean, I think it says a lot of positive things about the game that we were able to peel apart so many layers of the meaning of Asbel's master art, the Aurora Lotus, as we did back when we were talking about the lotus symbolism on that stream. So those are my first thoughts, at least. Hey, Argyle, how's it going? Yeah, it's certainly been our longest of this Tales of Praxis streaming adventure we've been on for the last year so far. Which, if it's your first time joining us, we're basically doing live book clubs and literary study oriented playthroughs of all the Tales games, thinking about what they want to say thematically, how they go about saying it, like we've been talking about for the last while. And before this, the record was held by Tales of Berseria, which is what we did right before this. But yeah, we have been living in Tales of Grace's F for quite a while at this point, in a way that has been really rewarding, and unlocked a lot of new meaning in it for us, which has been really cool. Between dualizing and the assault burst arts, gameplay focuses a lot on pairs, which is applicable when you consider the pairing in the characters. Yep, that's a great point. Yeah, and we talked about this briefly back after Sophie fused with the Little Queen, and we were talking about sort of the harmony that can come by reducing the illusory differences in our identity with something like dualizing, right, where two independent entities merge together to create something that contains and points to both of their essence. So yeah, I'm glad you brought that back up. I think that's important. And, you know, I didn't play the game this way, but I think in the spirit of how the game wants you to use A and B arts, I think that same kind of ethos is represented there. That's a great point, Pottery. The fact that, you know, in the same way that I was saying, you know, a big part of Buddhism is rejecting the duality of concepts and allowing things to exist on their own terms as aspect or these kind of illusory representations of a single whole, and letting go the contingent attachments and definitions that bind us to suffering and bind us to the physical world of samsara. I think there is a way in which, like, it's cool that there are these two radically different art systems, the A and B arts, but the game kind of actively discourages you from prioritizing one over the other. Like, you need to use both, and in a certain sense, while so distinct, they're both also two sides of the same coin. So I think there is something kind of subtly enlightened and pointing towards the same kind of, like, conceptual and metaphysical arc of growth that the party goes through in terms of just how it wants you to use those systems. And again, I qualify that by saying I know me, I saw me during this playthrough. I know I didn't do that, but, you know, do as I think, not as I game. I think the game wants you to be thinking about and using it this way. Yeah, well, Argyle, we were talking about that, I think maybe before you got here, but I think it's a game that is unusual in a lot of ways amongst the broader series, but I think that to me really recommends playing it. So if you never got into it, but you're a bigger fan of the series, I would strongly encourage you to do so, because it makes a lot of different choices in terms of the story it wants to tell and the way it wants you to engage with it. But it does that in a way that I think really opens it up for you to think about and play through the other games, even and especially your favorite ones, in new ways. So I would encourage you to do that. Yeah. That's true. We have a library of these studies at this point, which is also fun to appreciate. Yeah, well, and on that note of your great insights into the gameplay, Pottery, since you missed the end of stream shoutouts, I will also shout you out because Grail got a shout out, and both of you have just been superlative in your contributions to everything that you gave to the Tales of Graces stream. So really, I mean, it means so much that not only did you show up, but you really guided and contributed so much to these various conversations and meanderings and deep dives that we did at various intervals throughout the game. So seriously, my friend, thank you for that. Already looking forward to what we all bring to Tales of Exilia next. All right, so this one is level 4. Hopefully we can just breeze through the first few of these.
I think that's all of them.
All right. Oh, and we get special rewards. Yes, it said that right there. All right. Well, let's see if we can boss rush the early ones. Ah, not the bees! Not the bees!
We are awesome, unbeatable, amazing.
They are the best. It's true. This is going to give me a false sense of security doing these first few that require genuinely no effort. And then I imagine it's going to start laughing at me in pretty short order. That's usually how these challenge runs go.
We won't fail.
Speaking of remake, did you ever do the Vice the Immaculate sim, Pottery? Because I did everything else in that game, and then after the DLC came out, I really wanted to go back to Vice. Does it mark them as completed? Oh, yeah, it does. I wanted to go back to Vice, but it had been so long since I really got into the groove of playing the base game that my combat skills were just not up to snuff where they needed to be for the Vice fight. So it's that might actually be a good thing for me to go back to pregame Rebirth as I think of it. But yeah, talk about great challenge content that will overwhelm you.
No one can stand before my blade.
It's me. I'm the level 280 Rockagong in these fights. I'll give you 15 minutes, enemies, but you will not defeat me.
Everyone stay on your game.
Oh, they're giant! Oh no! Why are you so big? It's so funny. We took all your favorite enemies and just made them bigger. What are these? The enemies of ants? Oh, that's fair. Well, I gotta warn you, my friend, from where Rebirth and Beyond seem to be going, I think if you really want to be able to follow along, you'll have to catch up on the supplemental stuff at some point. I know from experience it can seem like a chore, but for whatever my word is worth to you, I will say it's rewarding at least to do cursory playthroughs of the supplemental games and to watch Advent Children. And it's one of those things where you can go as deep down the rabbit hole as you want to, but you don't need to get a pretty good understanding of what it's concerned with and what's going on. And when Aaron says the supplemental games, he just means Crisis Core and Dirge of Cerberus. I think that's really it. I felt like there was one I was forgetting, but I think I was just thinking of Advent Children. So really just 2 games. And Crisis Core just got that beautiful remaster. So, and you know that's going to be important because they took the time to re-release it. In a way, I think, by the way, and you guys can probably call me on this one way or another, but I was thinking, because I had in my mind, oh, Crisis Core is quite clearly going to be important in Rebirth, and it only, underscores that they re-released it. And then I thought, when did we get Tales of Fantasia? And I looked it up at the time, but I have to remind myself, because obviously it was released in 95, but we didn't get it until the aughts, and we didn't get it until 2006. So and again, they might have said this at the time, but I wasn't in deep enough to the series to be thinking about it. But I have to imagine it was a similar line of thinking where they had Tales of Symphonia, and they had Dawn of the New World coming out in 2008. And it's funny because I think as a kid, I sat down and I was really just thinking about Dawn of the New World as a sequel to Symphonia. But man, you sit down and play that and think about a lot of the pieces it is trying to put together. And it is very self-consciously concerned with bridging the gap in an interesting and thematically resonant way between Tales of Symphonia and Tales of Fantasia. So again, like obvious once you think of it, that that Bamco would want to localize Tales of Fantasia so that people would have the chance to have access to that future history of the Azalea world before stepping into Dawn of the New World. But it was lost on me as a kid, and I wonder, looking back, how much that might have been lost on other gamers who maybe didn't have that context and maybe, like me, had a lesser appreciation of Dawn of the New World the first time they played it just because they only had half the story, so to speak.
I'm trembling.
Well, I'm happy to be that kind of force for not helping Grail, because I think in a way that means I am helping. I will tell you as my update, I have opened the file of your writing that you sent me, so I really am quite excited to dig into it. I'm thinking that in between my own writing sessions of putting together a speech for Dan's wedding ceremony this weekend, I'm gonna tactically break by treating myself to some of your writing. So I'm very excited about that, and who knows, maybe that'll be the push you need to dig into some more of it, because I'm always excited to hear more about it, and all the more excited to be able to read it. But yes, I am the king of too many things I want to do and not enough time, so I feel you deeply, my friend. Yeah, I was gonna say, Pottery. I was that way about Final Fantasy VII for a long time. I cannot help but think they are kind of intentionally flipping the script on that a little bit with Rebirth. So we can get back together after the two of us have played it, you and I, and ask whether you're still willing to let it be fractured, or if you feel compelled to fill those gaps. Because that, to me, that will be a testament as much as anything else to the success of the game, if it is so well put together that you can recognize what you are missing and be motivated to want to fill those gaps. Because rare is the story or game that I think can truly internally motivate someone to go and do that. For me, at least. Like, I know a game that gives me further homework. Like, are you kidding me? That's the furthest thing down on my list. But we'll see about Rebirth. I have some very specific and high expectations for it. Cedric, what are you doing here?
Impossible. Your sword skills are amazing.
Thanks. I'll use them to protect
Something
us all.
so funny about his declaration, I was meant to be king, just off in the background of a joke level 25 fight. It is a stomp, but isn't it the stomp that we have earned after everything we've been through with Tales of Grace's F? Think of it as a nice little cherry on top. Oh, I see. It's a tiny little swarm of bees. Oh, they're tiny enemies. Hilarious. Tiny Riala? Oh no, it's the smallest cameo in the world.
Teamwork is the key.
That's right. He's literally Scar. His name is just Scar, right? The usurper. I mean, he's a Hamlet character because, like we were talking about, it's especially the beginning of this game. This also didn't really come back because I guess it kind of veers away from it. But let us not forget how the early game was so deeply Shakespearean in an unusual and interesting way. And the Lion King is just Hamlet, so Cedric is certainly just Hamlet and the Lion King after a fashion. Claudius, I think, is the name of the evil uncle in Hamlet. My Shakespeare is not as fresh as it wants to be. Ah, so Richard in human form and Richard merged with Lambda. That's a haunting juxtaposition, isn't it? And Richard can still use a Nova barrier. Richard, please don't erase us. We're your friends. I was thinking, Grail, wouldn't it be fun and even more confusing to have like one or several Richards in our party for this fight? Talk about inner conflict. Alright, there's one down. Goodbye, Richard. And Lambda. The whole kit and caboodle. Alright, The Struggle Within. That was a great name. Headhunter. What do we have here? Is it a bunch of headless enemies? I don't remember their names well enough. Oh yeah, that'll do it. Do I know Tales or do I know Tales? Healing for friends, retribution for foes. Another great invocation. Again, friend and foe. The disparity invoking dichotomic conceptualization of friend and foe as the relationships that we have. You can tell it's getting late for me because my mind is melting when I try to talk philosophy. Oh, that won't actually fix it, though. I think Sharia can restore him. There we go. Thank you. That's why we save the challenges for last. We can just turn our minds off and work on these until we get a level barrier. Good palate cleanser. Oh my god. Yeah, that last Berseria stream will always have a place of pride and joy in my memory, because I remember I was like, I had the conspiracy board out trying to put together all the pieces of the amazing lore that we got dumped on us after the Heavenly Step. So I was like, I was spinning out this whole comprehensive series of the Desolations cosmology, and Grail was in a corner like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm about to die over here. And then I think I soldiered on alone to the hot springs right after that, because you get that right on the back of the history of the world. And I think I was more or less spying alone at that point. Oh, is the fakes where we tap out? Maybe not. Oh, Pascal is going for it. This girl can't be stopped. Are you going to revive us, or? Thank you. Alright. Well, hilariously, Asbel was dead for most of that fight, but we did make it. Oh, but we are quickly ascending in the level expectation, so that was level 80. Certainly harder. Alright, level 85. Our boy Lambda, and something that cannot be named, a couple other horrors. I can't wait. Oh, that Lambda. Ooh. I'm scared. This seems like a lot. Alright. It's like the Colosseum, but evil and awful. Yeah, it must. I imagine this must have been fun for the developers to brainstorm, because I have to believe they were just sitting here with all of these enemy sprites, and they're like, okay, what are the most interesting and funniest ways we can mash all of these together to make like outside the game challenges. Yeah, that's true. I'm glad to have you to relay the solo experiences, Grail, but I think that's above my pay grade in terms of what I can pull off in these games. I could think about them solo, but work through these challenges solo? No, no. Give me Sekiro before you give me that.
Is everyone okay? Thank goodness.
Oh, giant slime. It was foretold. Years before Tales of Arise, it was foretold. Yeah, Pottery, it was my favorite fight. Really did wonders for my will to live. Oh my god. You know what I love? And this says it all. I had completely repressed that specific fight from my memory of Sekiro until you just said that. And now it's like Vietnam flashbacks. It's all coming back. Help me. Grail, you know what I'm going to say to that. Of course send me the videos. I always want to see that. It did feel a little bit like, well, here's the thing for me. And Pottery, I don't know whether we've talked about if you've played Demon Souls, so I can't remember, but one thing that I really quite like and find fun about Demon Souls, in the spirit of the stuff that Grail talks about quite a lot in the Tales games and in Tales of Graces, is that I think Demon Souls, especially with the bosses, has a very fun sense of humor and tells a lot of jokes in its boss fight in a way that doesn't come up a lot in many of Miyazaki's other games, like Dark Souls and Bloodborne and stuff like that. Oh, well, there you go. So that is consistent with what I'm going to say if Demon Souls is your least favorite in the oeuvre, which is interesting. Oh, we'll have to talk more about that at some point. But yeah, so what I was going to say is... the 1-2 punch of the headless ape fight and it getting up in its second phase and making you give up on your will to live, and then the double ape fight that you're talking about, it felt to me like a fun callback to that sense of humor that really only comes through in Demon Souls. So because I couldn't read it as any other way than just making fun of the player and kind of mocking you. Like, yeah, you thought one was bad. Have two. Enjoy it. It's going to be great.
Everyone stay on your game.
I like Demon Souls, actually, interestingly, for some of the reasons we were talking about with Graces, where I feel like it's markedly different from a lot of the other titles, and so that, as I was saying, I think before you came back with Tales of Graces, like by engaging with that, I feel like it gives me a lot of different ways to New Game Plus the others and see different things in them. Also, I will not say a lot about this because I have had half an article about this written for a long time, and I fully intend to finish it at some point, but I think Maiden Estrella and Garl Vinland and that whole fight holds up to me as one of the most interesting boss encounters I've ever had. And so that carries a lot of weight for me in terms of my overall relationship with the game. But I like its overall tone too. I think it does a lot of interesting things again that put together, to me, what is an overall cohesive and satisfying world in a way that is different than the kind of worlds you might expect from another game. Yeah, that alone I think is enough to justify a lot of the other things you might not like as much in the game. It's simply that good in my mind. An elixir will be better.
Sorry about that.
I can help.
Be gone! Okay, let destruction reign!
Yeah, well, and that's why I say it's like the comic 1-2 punch, right? Because like the first ape is the funny joke, and then the second fight is like when the stand-up comic like goes too far, calling out someone from the audience and is just like roasting them to be mean more than anything. Like, it's a style of comedy. It doesn't mean it's your favorite style of comedy. That was almost one of the areas in Elden Ring. Like, I don't think I consciously processed it that way, but people ask, like, you know, where does Miyazaki's influence end and George R. R. Martin's influence begin in that game? And I almost feel like that's one of the funniest ways in which you can see it, because, yeah, it feels sincerely concerned with its story in a way that kind of rules out some of those jokes and fake outs in a way that does make me miss them from other games, and feels like it's sort of giving priority to the lore. Not in a way that I would necessarily compare about, because I have so much love for Elden Ring, but it does make it feel like it plays differently.
We will survive!
Yeah, well, I hold out hope for whatever he does next, because I will say, like, one thing that like, what I really took away from Sekiro in terms of Miyazaki's overall oeuvre, you know, not thinking about all the amazing things that the game has to say, but in terms of what it means for Miyazaki's development, was I felt like he heard a lot of the things that people were saying about his style in Souls-like games like Dark Souls and Bloodborne, and how, like, oh, you know, it can't tell explicit narrative, and, you know, he only knows how to do things this way. And he's like, you think I don't know how to tell a straightforward and compelling story? Hold my beer. And then he made Sekiro, right? So I think, to me, it showed, like, he's a master at making any sort of game and story that can really stand on its own terms in a really unique aesthetic and also design and gameplay language. And Elden Ring felt that way to me too. Like, especially the more distance I've gotten from it, it also feels like something that is concerned with a story and doing things in a different way that is not the same thing as Dark Souls, nor Bloodborne, nor Sekiro. And so I hold out hope that, you know, whatever he goes to next will similarly be something that's not, like, you know, banking in the same direction as Elden Ring necessarily, but concerned with saying its own things for its own reasons. So we may well get some return to form for some of the things that we were hoping to see come to fruition. Sure. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, maybe I'm being hyperbolic with it not having jokes at all. I guess I don't find it self-consciously humorous with you know, as some of those other moments, or as Demon Souls, but it might also just be an indication that Aaron needs to pick up Elden Ring again, because I haven't really played it since I played it way too much at release. I've been waiting on that DLC we're alleged to get, if it ever comes out. Oh, poor Drayle, you're going hoarse, aren't you? But thank you for the reminder. I obviously had forgotten. And it's obviously important in this fight, so I will remember now. I got so excited about it way too early, because we got that concept art for it, and just based on that, it made me hopeful from some hints and allusions in the game that it could constitute a really interesting, talk about thematic expansion like we were talking about with Tales of Grace's F. I think it has the potential to, in some really cool ways, expand the sort of thematic focus that I dwell on in my study of Elden Ring, which, to make a very long story very short, explores basically the idea that Elden Ring puts its player in a position to, within the conceit of the story, choose which elements of the story have value. And if you want to know more what I mean by that, well, it's a Friday stream, we're vibing. I can just link the article. But I think the DLC, from what little we have seen, which is to say basically nothing, it pointed in some interesting ways to adding different kind of like wells and sources of value to the story for you to potentially choose something like a different ending or otherwise a different aspect of the world to prioritize in terms of what you as a player care about and what you want to find value in. So that's my way of saying I'm extremely excited for it also, and I have no doubt it will bring me back to the interpretive drawing board for thinking about a lot of it. Yeah, I'm sure we've seen the same speculation about the various directions in which they could go with Mikola for it. And yeah, I think scared is the appropriate word for it. Yep. I have nothing else to say about that Melania comment except yup. I think the two gaming experiences that gave me existential crises that lead me to worry there might come a point when I'm too old for games and will not, like too old in the sense of like literally not having the reaction time to get through the games that I want to play, were Genichiro Ashina and Melania. But I got through both of them, and I have nothing but love for both of those games, so I'm not getting off the boat yet. All right, a new dagger for Sharia. I'm feeling the friction, friendos. So we might be reaching the boundaries of what we can manage. Which we got a decent way through the trials, but our favorite zoologist next, Kurt. Emergency surgery. All right. I'm scared for this one. Speaking of acid flashbacks to bosses. Kurt wants to know my location. Oh, well, I mean, multiplayer is a whole other story. Like, my buddy Matt will sometimes con me into playing Apex with him, which I like it because it's a fun way to spend time with him, but in terms of, like, games of skill against other people who live online in those games, like, I know I have not a snowball's chance in hell of actually accomplishing anything there. I can't tell if Grail is being sarcastic. Are you saying this is a fair fight here, Grail? Oh, it doesn't feel fair. All my friends are dead. Oh, yes, you're just talking about our dear friend Kurt. Yeah, he's the best. He's really balanced. His weapons are regular. Yeah, I was only thinking it was okay because Kurt hadn't found Asbel yet. Ah, Tiger, I missed you. He's too good for Tiger Blade. He just shouts Tiger in no particular direction. Oh my god, and every time Asbel gets up, he just zooms into him right away. Leave me alone! Yeah, I think this is probably going to be where we tap out. You're a lot smaller. Maybe if I target you first, because everyone has group resonance. Yeah, that's about right. That might help. I don't think it's going to make the difference we need, but it'll keep us alive for another second. Insult to injury with how small it is. So, well, we talk about palate cleansers, right, Grail? We need a fun, nonsensical palate cleanser between all of our endgame philosophical and literary analysis of this 130-hour title, and then diving right into another one on Monday with Exilia. So it's a mental health requirement as much as anything. Yep. Speaking of joke bosses, in case anyone forgot about Kurt. He's back. He's the original joke boss. I'm amazed we lived through even one of his combos, if I'm being honest with you. Yeah. Sherry is dead. Pascal's dead. Pascal got up and instantly died. Alright. I think this is going to be the end. Oh! Oh, because of the Elith break revival skills. That was hilariously clutch, actually. Man, the game desperately wants us to survive this, but I don't think we can. God bless Pascal. She keeps standing back up. No. Both our healers are dead. Yep. I think that's it. I think the funny thing about Kurt is every of the things. His weapons are great. His battle declarations are great. The way he explodes is great. And all of these other ones are just going to be harder. Gentleman of Extinction. That's great. Graduation Day. Oh, Vague. Our boy Vague comes back. And Amber. Put up your cukes. Love it. Sisters of the North. Oh, Emerald and Fourier and Riala. Well, these are great matchups. And the Enter the Dragons is an insane final challenge. So I think it's okay for us to artistically appreciate them from a safe distance as opposed to trying them out. You know, I will try the last one just because I do want to instantly be run over by all the dragons. And then on that note of going back to the zone cage, I think I'm going to go and do Kahaku one more time to get that added dialogue. And then I think that'll be a good way to wrap it. Oh, that's a good point, Grail. Thank you for pointing that out because I had not noticed that. Solomus! Finally a worthy opponent! Oh, Jesus Christ! What was I thinking? Yeah. Actually, all things considered, I expected us to last less time than that. So I'm going to count that as a win. In Aaron's book, that counts as a win. But I'm telling you, I said this a few streams ago, if you were a kid and this was the one game you got for Christmas and you had to subsist on it until your birthday or something for months and months, having that in the extra menu as incentive to grind and develop your characters and master the system to the point that you could actually take on Solomus and all the dragons at once. What a cool goal to have, and what a cool thing to finally achieve. So even recognizing that I will probably never achieve that myself, it's really special that they put that in there. Did you beat all those, Grail? Can I at least say I know someone who has been through all of those? Because that's also going to be good enough for me if I can mooch off of you. Okay, we need to exit the dungeon to get back to the zone cage. Oh, but this is not the way to go. It's the other one. I'm sure you would have won if it were just you and Asbel's situation with like 800 hit points, Grail. I have no doubt about that. Yeah, that's fair. And that's what I'm saying. Like, unless you are truly like a kid who falls in love with the game and has no other games to play, I feel like it's going to be a big ask for any fan to sink themselves into it that much to get that good. Because at that point, it's like, I don't even think you can get yourself to a high enough level to just win by brute force. You really have to know the systems and be able to hit everything just right, which great to have that challenge, but certainly for a select few. All right. Kohaku is on the 4th floor. Oh, thank you. That's right, it took all our items, man. I assumed for some reason that... Oh, because we fought the boss and then we saved, so no, I was just being stupid. Oh, thank you for reminding me of where Kohaku actually is, Grail. Perfect. Alright. Does Solomus also have more dialogue? That might be kind of interesting. But if it's just going to be the same fight, that's less interesting. You know, I'm gonna do us a favor and keep things on easy because I'm mostly interested in just seeing the further dialogue at this point. Did I save before we go into the floor? To floor 3. The glory of the floors where so many things can satisfy the anti-requirement.
We will survive!
That's kind of what I was also wondering about Grail, because I was thinking, oh, I'll just run by all of them, and since it's on easy, it won't matter, but something tells me that if I let it get up to 200%, it might actually matter. Your stupid teleportation. Why are you bad? Because they're... What level are these guys? 68. I mean, it's not high by our standards now, but I still feel like if level 68s get doubled, it wouldn't be great. We didn't get hit at all, though, so, I mean, easy certainly helps. Didn't you miss this soundtrack, Grail? We were away for too long. Gotta get it stuck in your head again. Did I go the wrong way? Don't tell me I went the wrong way. Ah, I think I went the wrong way. That sucks. I forgot the rule of going to the right. In my restless dreams, I hear that soundtrack. You know what's funny? Aaron outside of pure video game analysis, but this isn't that far outside of pure video game analysis. So I think I've mentioned before, I will oftentimes throw on shows that I know quite well in the background when I'm working through stuff and just want some white noise. So right now I've been doing a rewatch of The Sopranos because it's always a great time to rewatch The Sopranos. So when I've been grinding in Tales of Hearts or, you know, going through dungeons and stuff like that, I'll have it on in the background. And I think my poor muddled brain has like fused the aesthetics of The Sopranos and Tales JRPGs together in my head, because last night I can't even remember all of the details of it, but it was like I had a dream that was very much if The Sopranos were a JRPG, and it was like, it was, you know, the mafia running like a grimy city, but they were running the city by like tapping into these like, you know, ancient, unknown, like incredibly complicated pipelines that connected the city to like these other dimensions and worlds from which they could like draw power and resources to control everyone and live for like 730 years. So I don't know if there's an insight to be gained there, but that's a little bit of what your subconscious life becomes if you're me and submerge yourself in too many stories with different aesthetics at once. Yep. No, that's about right. That's the reaction I'd expect. It was a pretty scary dream because I was not part of the mob. I was definitely like at their mercy and just like discovering secondhand that this was how they ruled all of us.
Let's keep moving.
Kohaku, I made you some miso soup. That means you have to talk to me. Yeah, I feel that. Brain is probably reaching the point of wanting to go to bed and actually make more of those dreams, huh? Alright, Kawaku, what do you have to say to us? We came all this way to talk to you again.
Oh, you came to see me again.
We sure did.
So, where are you from? Amber?
Oh, the explanation is Asbel just came back because he's completely smitten with Kohaku. I love that.
Why do you ask?
I want to date you.
No reason. I've just, well, I've, never seen clothes like that before.
A friend and I were fighting a battle before I was brought here.
Oh, I see. So, you have a friend.
A special
We
friend.
need to fight again, right? Let's go.
Right.
I'm trembling. Why? I can see it. Look, come to me.
Rip to pieces! Stampede! No mercy! It's time! Expunging! Sword!
Oh, Grail, you'll appreciate this too. So, I have exactly one shirt in my wardrobe that has to do with whales because when I was growing up, I lived in California and I lived quite close to a marine research institute, which has this amazing skeleton of a blue whale right in the center of it. And so there's a shirt for, its name is the Long Marine Lab, with just a picture of the whale skeleton on it. And so completely without thinking, I put on that shirt the other day, and it was the same day that I then picked up Hearts and was playing through, let's say, a somewhat whale-centric portion of that game. So I smiled thinking, oh, what are the odds that I would just stumble upon my one whale shirt during the one situation in which I'd probably run into a whale in a video game. It's a pretty funny vibe for Asbel. I'm not going to disagree with you there, Grail. I love you so much and that's why I have to kill you! And now, you die!
Pulled it off, somehow.
One of my favorite lines, and nothing will ever change that.
Oh, now I'm really hungry.
I hope it's her Carto, which we got. It was a very modest amount of new dialogue, but I'm glad that we went back to see that different color of Asbel. Was it Kohaku's Carta? Yay! Yes, I believe you. Love it. I feel like we picked up another one when I wasn't paying that much attention. But it left our new item roster, so I probably won't be able to find it that easily. Where was, Rayala? Was she on floor 9? 8? Something? We might as well cover off the cameos since we've come this far. Okay. Cool. It's all connected. No, you're thinking of her cameo in that other little-known game, Tales of Hearts. She has a few more things to say in that one, as I understand it. I should save before we do this. Just because I live in fear of losing that Dreamer's flange. Well, there's a completionist part of me that was kind of interested in going back and seeing all of the extra dialogue, but if it's that small, I feel like it's reasonable to limit it to the cameos, and then I would like to go back to Solomus, just to see if he has something else to say, because I imagine that would be interesting. Grail, you didn't say. Do you know if he has more to say? So I mean, the game has memory that we beat him. It's not like a final boss where you go back to before it. So I feel like that would be interesting, just to see if he's back amassing Elith in the same way, or what he's up to. But beyond that, I think my Tales of Grace's appetite will be finally happily sated. Oh my god, the freaking status effect floor. Oh, this I did not miss that much. That's fair. Well, we're on easy, so I think it's worth going back and checking once, just to pay tribute to the other final boss. And then I'll probably say goodnight and look forward to Exilia. Ooh, a new adventure. So I've said this before back when we were thinking about Exilia, but for those who know the game and are interested, my plan is to begin with playing through from Jude's story, because I know enough about it to know that that's meaningful. And I've picked it up a couple times. I've never gotten that far. I did get further the last time than I did the first time, and I think, without spoilers, not least of which because I don't remember it that much, but I remember getting to a point where one of the main characters was visibly injured, and I imagine that will give you Exilia heads more than enough context to know better than Aaron knows where I got to. So that is the furthest that I've been. Yeah, that seemed to be what I was getting from what you were saying about what his perspective reveals about the overall story, Pottery. So that's kind of why I was leaning that way. Oh, yeah, well, don't say any more, Grail, because I'm pretty sure I haven't been there yet, unless I'm just totally blanking. But yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm close to wrapping on the second act is what it feels like, which is interesting because I feel like relative to the typical Tales game, I'm pretty over-leveled for where I am in the story, which also feels interestingly Hearts. But yeah, I am just finishing up our journey through, let's say, an extremely cold area. So, kind of the exact opposite of what you're talking about. It's mutton time! Is that what you remembered, Pottery? Is it? Did you remember that it's time for mutton? I just can't wait for the fresh mutton.
We won't fail.
But yeah, so and even based on what I'm saying about the game, so I truly know like nothing about the sequel, and really just like my knowledge of the first one extends to knowing that there are two ways or perspectives through which to play the story. So knowing me and knowing my approach to Praxis, I will certainly do both. We can make it a game day call as we work through Exilia if we want to do both on the stream. I'm sure those of you who know Exilia will have very clear and well-reasoned opinions about whether it makes sense to do both or not, but I certainly will be doing both. So I imagine if it's not redundant or boring, it would be fun to do both on the stream. But like I said, we can cross all of those bridges as we come to them very soon. Oh, pottery, and you know me, I truly cannot wait. Let it be ingrained into my mind's eye.
Where were you before you arrived in this place?
It does not make sense. Oh, that's so interesting. Wow, I kind of, to be honest, I expected the exact opposite from both of you, which has me more excited about the game, just because it was opposite my expectation. All right. We're going to have a lot to talk about and think about, I think, very soon.
I was in a very tall tower on an island filled with warriors.
Because we clearly hadn't had enough to talk about in any of the previous games.
That sounds complicated.
Complicated? For a Tales sequel? No, surely not.
I was searching for my hero in the tower, but could not find him. But that is in the past. Shall we battle?
This makes me so much more interested to try to get a beat on how to play some fan translation of Tales of Destiny 2, because everything that comes out of Riela's mouth sounds so different from everything that I went through in Tales of Destiny.
Yes.
Oh, okay, fair enough. It almost sounded like you were saying it simply does not make sense, period, to work through both of them as a single player, but that's fair. All right, so that's great. I will have something to do off stream while we work through the sequel. That might even be an interesting way to do it, like a tandem stream playthrough of the sequel while going back and doing the other storyline in the first one off stream.
I'm trembling.
Oh, that's so funny that I just assumed based on the cameo context that she was talking about Tales of Destiny 2, but yes. Obviously, she's talking about Warrior's Roost. Thank you, Grail. My brain has clearly completed its melting process, liquefying for the night. Oh, so is that also what Kohaku was talking about? Because she said, what did she say? Like, I was fighting with a friend before this? Because I assumed she was talking about something that she had been doing in her native world also. But that's funny if the trick is that, you know, you come back hoping to get more context from the cameo characters about their home worlds, but they actually just talk about their time at Riot Peak instead. That's kind of a funny, very subtle and in joke for fans of the series. Sounds complicated, to quote Hubert. I was thinking more about what you said in terms of the duality of parts of the combat system, Pottery, and thinking about all of those relationships of like merging or forming unions with people in a way that doesn't establish hierarchies between them, but rather empowers them both. It's kind of, it feels like an interesting omission to me, and maybe in the development history of the series they just hadn't done it yet. But in 2012, I feel like they had, but maybe my memory is failing me. But it's interesting for them not to have any team-up mystic arts. 'Cause, you get those in games like in the definitive edition of Vesperia and Berseria, at least to name two examples. And then, of course, you have all the team-ups in Tales of Arise. So you get those kinds of character team-ups in one way or another in a decent number of the games. So it feels like it would naturally complement the rest of the themes and the mechanics they're working with. It's interesting that it's not there. Although I guess at least in the case of Asbel's Excel finality in the fourth act, like we're talking about, that is, in a sense, a kind of team-up attack with him and Lambda. So that's worth bearing in mind. And a lot of the arts invoke other characters in the way we're talking about, where characters can learn techniques from other characters, and of course, Asbel has Fangirl Super Dream or whatever it's called, and her Excel finality that channels Mecha Asbel, so there's a decent amount of overlap, that notwithstanding. Putting the cart before the horse, I am, without even knowing it. There you go. I'm promoting our next journey through Tales of Exilia without even knowing it. Stay tuned! In other words.
Let me put all of your worries at ease.
That's why I was asking that about what we're hearing from the cameo characters, Grail, because that was kind of in the back of my mind, which makes me just more curious about what's going on here.
Maybe you are the heroes I'm looking for.
I guess one way of looking at it, just as extending the same themes that we've been talking about with Graces, is there's a sense in which, like we were talking about in terms of how few windows or explanations we get into the history and mechanics of the world, whether or not they're from this world really doesn't matter. What the game wants us to focus on and find value in is the relationships that they have with the characters who encounter them. So it's like, stop asking about their origins. Stop thinking about the relationships that aren't there. It's like Malik's history and his past with Fendel. They can't tell you about it. The only question is what they're doing in the world now, what relationships they're involved in, and how we can help them. That feels like a very Tales of Grace's F way to skin the proverbial cat of what they're doing here and why they have that perspective on it. Alright, Solomus. I'm gonna put a bow on things with you, so don't let me down. I hope you have something interesting to say. Yeah, or maybe even if my memory is failing me and they hadn't done it before this, maybe there's even an interesting point of speculation we could make in terms of wondering whether some of these duality mechanics that they were playing with in Graces might well have inspired dual Mystic Arts and Mystic Art team-ups in later games. That could also be cool. I could see that. Oh, we've done this and it seemed to really resonate with the story and people liked it as a mechanic. How could we push it one step further? Because when you already have Mystic Arts in the language, that feels like a natural next step. Alright, I was hoping to find one of the yellow bars because now I'm a little scared of the enemies, even at easy. Oh, it's all the way over there. It's the most convoluted way to get there! Oh my god, it's really the most convoluted way to get there. Oh, now I'm getting kind of scared. Maybe there's more than one of them. Oh, thank god there's more than one of them. Oh, I don't even know if that'll help unless we're fast. Well, it's on easy. Hopefully that'll get us within range to grind them down a bit. Which arts are you thinking of in Symphonia and Eternia, Grail? I'm sure you're right. I can't picture the ones that you're talking about off the top of my head. Oh, Pascal, you fool. It was always freaky. Okay. Get the difficulty level down. Is this the way we came? I've gotten myself all turned around now. No, I don't think so. I think this is the next way. Yeah, we gotta keep winding right. Oh, of course, the unison attacks. Yeah, I can't believe I blanked on those. I didn't really play around with them that much during my remastered run, but yes, that is a very fun way of adding teamwork to the game. The team skills I don't remember from Eternia, but I'm sure I must just be blanking on them. I remember team-ups in the sense of, you know, unlocking new abilities through fringing and things like that, but it's not quite the same thing. They might just have been optional abilities that I missed also. I should have known, as with many things, including mystic arts in Tales of Eternia, one of those hidden and complicated to activate things. That's why I didn't know about it. Well, there you go. I learned something new about Eternia. Thank you, Grail. Yeah, so there you go. And to your point, Grail, just to bring it back to that, that does make it more interesting to me because, yes, as I was thinking, well, perhaps we hadn't had like proper Mystic Art team-ups yet. We do get those later, and we had certainly had a lot of ways of teaming up and supplementing each other's attacks before, so it's kind of interesting that Graces doesn't have that. Good job, Asbel.
With each step, I grow even stronger, even more, oh, whatever.
You just have to wait for the climax of the entire Tales of Praxis series, Grail. That's when we all meet up in person, and we march on Bamco's world headquarters, and we petition them to make an official translation. and then we all play it together. Just wait, be patient. It'll be worth it. Man, yeah, I think I've said it before though, but from what little I have spoiled myself for about that game, and for everything I've felt about Tales of Destiny, it is so interesting to me as a potential direction to take a follow-up and a proper sequel, and something that seems interestingly different from a lot of what we see in the rest of the series, so I really would love to play it at some point. We'd get arrested, and then they would slip us the one copy of the official localization in jail, so we'd be able to play it together in jail. And wouldn't that make it worth it? It's more of a treat than a punishment at that point. Alright. I really hope it was worth coming back to you, you son of a bitch. I never thought I would. But we gotta have a capstone to this crazy, never-ending adventure of ours.
Come forth! My hot wars! Infinity assault! Roar! This task we can never forswear. I can help.
Sorry about that.
Good, good. Everybody die.
Release! It ends now! Watch me run with the wind! Arc! Shadow Moment!
It seems like a convoluted but ultimately satisfying method, Pottery. Which, I mean, if anything is true of modern gaming, there you go. No, that's always been true of gaming. Convoluted and satisfying. It's about where you end up, right? That's what I'm telling you. I know I have boundless faith in the creators, which is maybe funny for someone who's so death of the author, but I really just can't help but believe when we look 5 to 10 years out, especially given the care and effort that they continue to invest in the series, like that we won't have localizations of all the games. Like I just can't conceive of a world in which that's not in their roadmap eventually. They know us, they know we want it, they know. Turn off the game in the fight. Nah, he'll have something at least. He'll have something. Convoluted but satisfying. That's right. That was the original subtitle to Tales of Vesperia, actually. I know, I've said it before, Grail, and it might even be fun to do like a standalone study on this at some point too, like the different ways in which they supplement their stories, because it's not just sequels, right? It's direct follow-ups, it's reinterpretations, it's studying characters seen in different worlds in different lights, in cameos, it's DLC, it's additional acts, it's, you know, redesigning aspects of the game for subsequent release. It's direct sequels, it's sequels that expand the world in a way that is deliberately not a direct sequel, like Dawn of the New World, which is not called Tales of Symphonia 2, and something similar with the prequels, right? So I think with everything that we were saying before about how different stories can have a different shape and demand a different amount of content and follow-up content, I think one of the many things I admire about the Tales series is that they seem to have a really sharp eye for thinking about that exact question of how their stories want to be continued, if at all, and what that looks like in terms of the right way to add that onto the series. I'll tell you, I've said it before, for all we may say about cameos, I really feel like I learned a lot about Edna and Aizen's relationship and what Berseria and Zestiria wanted to say through that relationship through the EX dungeon and cameo experience in Tales of Arise. And I think that's a testament to the series and its flexibility. Grail the Cynic has re-entered the chat. It's been a minute. Okay, leave me alone, leave me alone. I just want to get to Solomus. Oh, thank God.
Come thee to test your strength against me after failing to defeat the newly
Oh, that's so funny. He just assumes that we deeply regret our accidental actions and that we sucked against Lambda Theos, which we would have had we not turned the difficulty down. So he's half right. But the joke's on you. We can manipulate the fabric of the world even more so than you can.
Such impudence. Though I am as I once was, do not think me to be an easy opponent.
Almost an inferiority complex because he didn't power up in the way that Lambda
I
did.
pray the afterlife welcome thee with open arms.
Goodbye.
Stay on your game.
His combos still hurt. Alright, so the one rule we have to remember during this fight: no items ever. Ah, just kidding. Not ever, just in the last, like, minute and a half. That's an easy question to answer, Grail. It's because he's the final evolved form of Regal. Regal in the bad ending, where he becomes so disillusioned with everything that he takes up a Crucius crystal and lives for thousands of years and just focuses all of his unending rage into his feet and legs. That's Solomus. I know. What do you think made me think of that, dude? It's on all our brains. Namco, please. We ask for so little from you, and thank you so profusely for everything we get.
Shining blade of triumph.
Oh man, I forgot it's been snowing outside this whole time, and that'll be a winter wonderland when I take Eevee out after this. Oh man! That spear impalement is something that I do not remember from the fight. That is really interesting right now because something pretty significant and similar happens in Tales of Hearts. It's almost the same spear sprite.
Through ascension, my art's epitomized perfection.
I'm the fucking best! I know I used that joke last time, but come on, it's evergreen.
Radiant light, strike forth! Divine Golgari! Curse my impudence! Roar! Charge!
No kidding? That's awesome. I didn't know that. Well, you know everything I have to say about how much I love Destiny, and especially given my thoughts on a certain ill-fated Lancer, how much I desperately want to play not just the sequel, but also the director's cut, which I own in its great, beautiful Japan-only premium release box, but of course cannot play, so... It's really just, it's the perennial equation of, is it faster or less effort to learn Japanese or wait for Bamco to give us official releases of these games that we love? Anyone's question, which is the right answer to that. And that's how Tales of Praxis metamorphosed into a Japanese language class. Oh my god. These monsters. These unholy creations.
My soul in perfect harmony with its true ascension. My arts epitomize perfection.
I'm telling you, I mean, I'm the king of advocating for this but not doing it myself, but no, language and cultural acquisition is such a great way to expand yourself and broaden your horizons, and every cliche about language learning is true. And at least for me, so much of success in learning and studying anything or absorbing and retaining anything is just having the right motives for doing it in the first place. And so really, I mean, I'm kind of half serious. Like, I have had the thought more than once in Tales of Praxis, like, this would be a really good excuse to force myself to try to learn Japanese. And of course, it would take a long time before that could pay off with, you know, being able to engage at a level where I could actually work through those games. But if I have that at my end goal, worst case, you know, I develop at least some competency with a language and a culture that I'm really invested in and care a lot about. There are worse outcomes than that in life, my friends. And this is when we don't want to use items. I can tell because it's when I really want to use items. But I'm not looking to have a redo of that other time we don't talk about. Oh my god, he is really milking it. He knows he's the last thing standing between us and putting Tales of Grace's F down. So he really doesn't want to let us go. Which is kind of heartwarming, but also, bro. There you go. Let it go. No, but in his defense, that at least is a little consistent because the Chroma dragons, which he created, also have voices that do not match their bodies. So at least it obtains across the lineage, as it were.
Thou art young, yet perhaps can still save the world.
Oh, he has a little faith in us now. That's a nice outcome. And now, because you took the time to come back and meet me again, I'm going to explain to you all the unexplained things about the way this world works and why your blood is special, Pascal. No. If I had my way, but no. It's better this way. Be happy with what we have. Yeah, JK LOL. Okay, I'm going to start absorbing all the Elith again because I don't believe in you at all. See you next time. Oh, Solomus. A memorable character on a whimsical adventure through an epic saga of a game. Oh, my dear friends, how about that? Almost 6 hours ago, I started out by saying we might have such a dearth of content that we would finish early. I said that almost 6 hours ago, but at least the diehards like Pottery and Grail know me and know Tales of Praxis well enough to have expected that, I'm sure, even if I didn't expect it. Yeah, no, I was going to make the call too. I was serious about saying that that would be our last thing. So we saw that. That was a great point at which to wrap up. But yeah, I think it was what more can you say about a playthrough like this? We dove far and wide and deep into its various themes, and we've talked about that quite a bit over the last time together, so I think I will end simply with another note of gratitude, most especially to you, dear friends, thinkers, and gamers, everyone who's part of the extended Tales of Praxis family and the real-life JRPG party. So Grail and Pottery, special shout-outs to you. You've contributed so much to Tales of Praxis in general, but especially this recent saga through Tales of Graces F. It wouldn't be the same without you guys, so seriously, appreciate you. And Argyle Gamer, shout out to you too for showing up tonight, my friend. Thank you for speaking up. It's great having you in the chat. I'll make the last plug, and this will be the best note to end on. Like I said, we're rolling right into another adventure, Tales of Exilia, and after that, Tales of Exilia 2. So if you want to start from the ground floor and see what a live book club study of an incredibly thoughtful and extensive JRPG in an intertextual context with the rest of a rich and rewarding JRPG series looks like, and how that can change the way you think about your time with a game, your own experiences and takes on your favorite games, and even how you engage with the world beyond gaming. We have a lot of fun with it. I put so much time and effort into this because I think it is one of the most rewarding and valuable ways in which we can engage with this medium, with each other, with how we live our lives and make sense of ourselves. And I think that the Tales series really does achieve some of those goals in a magical and singular way. So come along with me and find out why that's the case. We'll be starting at the same time, 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll be rolling for 4 hours will be the goal, as opposed to the typical 3. Again, it'll be a bit of a shorter week next week just because I'm out on Friday for my best friend Dan's wedding. But Wednesday and this coming Monday, we'll get started on a nice chunk of Exilia. If you are just getting to know the series and want to understand more of what this crazy literary analytic philosophy of games, passionate study of our favorite stories and video games is and why we're doing it, check out our VODs on YouTube, but also this is only half of the Tales of Praxis series. So if you want to dive even further into the textual nuance of this game's storytelling, this series' philosophy of what it is to dwell on these themes, what these themes are, and how particular characters or symbols or arcs or pieces of gameplay all coalesce into these wonderful experiences we can learn so much from, check out withatterriblefate.com. Check out my most recent study, a couple weeks old, on the origins of the series, looking at Tales of Fantasia and exploring how a single, often overlooked character from that game can totally reconfigure how we understand and appreciate a whole suite of the games that belong to that original Tales of Fantasia and Exilia lineage, Chester Berkeley. So I think that's a great entree into not just the Tales series, but also into Tales of Praxis and how and why we're engaging with these games in this particular way. So a little bit of homework if you want to have a sense of what we're about and want to dive into the chat with us on Monday, and I hope you do. It means so much to have all of you here, but it's definitely extra special when people, especially for the first time, voice their views and dig into these studies with us in the chat on Twitch. So it's an open invitation, and there's never a better time than when we're starting a new one. All right, everybody, it's been such a pleasure. No better way to wrap up an odyssey through this kind of JRPG than with an odyssey of a final stream. And as Grail rightly pointed out, that's tradition at this point. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for coming on this journey with me. If nothing else, go forth and think about how you can honor your relationships and free some people from the conflicts according to which they're defining themselves, whether they realize it or not, or can let go some of your own conflicts. I know that's what I'll be thinking about in terms of Tales of Graces F, one of the many, many gifts it has given us. Until Monday, my friends, I can't wait to see where these adventures take us next, and I can't wait to go there with you. I've been your host, Aaron Suduko, the founder of With a Terrible Fate. I hope you have a great weekend. I hope you think well and game well, and I hope you're ready to buckle up for a whole other kind of epic journey starting on Monday. Till then, friendos. Cheers.